Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the Gender Oral History Archive International Conference. I am honored to be kicking off day 2 with what I humbly believe, is an outstanding panel. And I'm really excited for your presentations today. Our 4th panel of this conference is entitled Resilient and Resistant Histories of Women in Conflict. Without any further ado, because I'm very happy that we have the space to give the panelists the time to discuss their papers in length, I am happy to first introduce Dr. Susann Kassem, who will be presenting Lives Rebuilt Time and Again, Histories of Women from South Lebanon. Susann Kassem is a Marie Curie Actions Global Postdoctoral Fellow, and her paper looks at the oral histories of women that she collected through the south of Lebanon and their everyday experiences through occupation, civil war, and periods of displacement. Susann, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the organizers for having me and for your hard work for making this happen today. I know you talked about this, the challenges of organizing this yesterday a little bit, and I think we applied for this conference prior to this war, actually. So, of course, a lot has happened since, and I'm going to be talking about South Lebanon, and a lot has happened since there as well. Yeah, I collected oral histories of men and women, mostly between 2019 and 2023, from current and former inhabitants of what was, from 1978 till 2000, the Israeli-occupied South Lebanese border zone. Since then, I have collected about 30 testimonies. The oral testimonies I collected are also partially my own family histories. I was myself born in one of the border villages I researched. My family was displaced as a result of Israeli occupation. Since I last recorded people's histories in September 2023, my usually quite unexciting village, I'm getting to it, at the outskirts of Lebanon has made repeated news headlines, unfortunately. It is Blida. I'm sure many of you followed the news of the heavy destruction of the border villages in this war. And Blida was one of the villages that was completely erased, actually, in this war, so mostly. Just a few days ago, Blida was in the news because Israeli soldiers crossed into the village and killed the municipal... Oh, sorry, I'm missing some slides here. So Blida is right there, and yeah. Just a few days ago, Blida was in the news because Israeli soldiers crossed into the village and killed the municipality employee, Ibrahim Salemi, in the municipality building. Since the recent war, the municipality has been working hard to facilitate life for the few hundred, about 300 of the people that have returned to the village. The municipality is trying to revive a small part of the infrastructure, such as the access to water and electricity, which had been put out of order by the Israeli forces. The new makeshift municipality now occupies what used to be a cafe, actually. And just a couple years ago, really, I used to take my child and my cousins there to play. And just opposite to the building from the original municipality that was completely destroyed by Israel. And with it, actually, so it was, with it, most of the houses on that Tariq el-Birke, it's called, were actually destroyed, including many of my family's houses and my own, my parents. So also in the municipality, there were the village's land registry and property records that were destroyed. Our own house and several of my family members down the road as well. And on the night of, on the night Ibrahim Salemi was murdered, several of my family members were in the village, not far from the new municipality. Za'ir, how villagers describe the shouts of Israeli soldiers ordering the approaching Lebanese army to stay back, tore through the night, reviving traumas of previous Israeli occupation and sleepless nights. Salemi had been sleeping in the building because his own home was destroyed, separated from his family, who had taken refuge elsewhere. Israeli soldiers had infiltrated deep inside the village, close to people's homes, a stark reminder that occupation has become a reality for these border communities once again. My interest in oral histories of the border communities came from having lived and spent a lot of time in Blida. Even prior to this war, Israeli military presence impacted everyday life in South Lebanon on a near daily level. Little of this was ever newsworthy. I always learned so many things about the past that I found to be underrepresented in much of the literature. The period of Israeli occupation and the everyday realities of the communities that had and continue to have to end their life at the frontiers of a settler, colonial, and genocidal regime. My aim is to write a historical anthropology of these border communities during different changing systems of rule and borderlines and authorities, how these changes were experienced by these communities, and how they shaped their spatial and political awareness. I would like to provide a subaltern history of the Shiite community in South Lebanon, a politically marginalized community that eventually became a very central in Lebanese politics over the course of the history I'm discussing. There are two time periods especially that my research looks into. I tried to collect, firstly, as many testimonies as I still could of elderly that remembered Israel's creation of 1948 and how they were affected how people were affected by the shifting borders. Actually, all the families that I interviewed in Blida, and indeed most of the people in this village, were displaced together with the nearby Palestinian villages in 1948 and were only able to return after a duration of 1 year per UN agreement. So, and most of the interviews that I have collected cover the phases of multiple displacements of South Lebanese families during periods of the civil war and between 75 and 90, and Israeli occupation between 78 and 2000. During this period, border communities experienced a consistent period of instability and were in a situation of constant displacement between the village and Beirut. People had to move back and forth from the village to the shanty towns such as Maslach and Karantina, depending on the intensity of the wars in each location. During this time, people were living in constant instability, having to repeatedly leave everything they own behind and share accommodations with several and different families in each location they escaped to. As one woman told me about her displacement from Karantina before it was razed by right-wing Christian militias in January 76, quote, "We lost it all, our house, our wealth, everything was gone. Do you think I was able to get again what I had, Habibti? I was so young and my children were small. And when I left the house I was staying in, I did not take anything out of it, nothing, nothing. The gold of my children was at home, the money that was still in the shop. The shop, everyone knew the big shop we had, and also from our house, we didn't take anything out. Abadan, abadan, abadan." In my interviews, my participant voiced concern over the Lebanese authorities, going back to 48, like pre-48, but also other state and imperial powers, i.e. the French, British, and Israeli, and their frustrations with them, considering how people's own claims to the land and land ownership were rendered meaningless. 1948 marks also the year where people from this region had to orient themselves north for work and economic opportunities as they lost their vital connection to Palestine. A wave of immigration to Beirut began in the 50s. Many inhabitants of Blida and nearby villages I talked to, especially men, moved to the outskirts of Beirut where they worked as vegetable vendors in the streets. This urbanization created new links between town and country, which laid the foundation for what one of my participants described as an educational nahda, which slowly took root in the beginning of the 60s. During the Shahabist era, government schools began to form in the villages, and the value of education among the population started to be more appreciated. Politicized teachers, often with Arab socialist commitments, brought with them newspapers and political pamphlets, which began to be frequently circulated. Several villages became devoted to reading and educating themselves. As Abu Wajib described it, my nephew was a communist. Every week, he would send me something to read. I would puzzle about it. It used to come like a newspaper. Back then, I could read 1 word right and 10 wrong, but I stayed committed, and then I started reading well." End quote. Abu Wajib is a 95-year-old resident and farmer from Blida who spent much of his life working in Palestine on his land that he largely lost after 1948, but also building roads and other infrastructure for the British Mandate. As other Blidawis, He owned a Palestinian identity card, which allowed him to work in Palestine. He, as others, was much more familiar with cities throughout Palestine than Beirut. Despite the introduction of some rural schools, the Lebanese government remained largely absent from people's lives. Quote, the government neglected us, so we followed the parties, end quote. Abu Kamel, a former member of the Syrian Ba'ath Party and farmer, said, quote, the Communist Party, the Ba'ath, is a Syrian Social Nationalist Party. Several people from Blida martyred with the Palestinians, with Fata in the civil war in Beirut and in the war in Palestine, end quote. Many people in Blida supported the Palestinian revolution with what they could. They gathered and provided intelligence about Israeli spies in the village, hosted weapon depots, received military training, among other activities. As Abu Hassan recalled, the Palestinians came here. Let's say they stayed at someone's house. The spies would find out and tell on them. The Palestinians entered, the Israelis shelled the village. Then he remembered a large demonstration following an Israeli attack which killed Palestinians and people from Blida. After the funeral, villagers marched and reached the closest town, Vintage Bale, which is like 20 minutes by car, would probably take an hour or so to march. During this demonstration, villagers and Fidaiyin took over the police post at Vintage Bale and set fire to it. This was in 1969, when there was growing disdain for the Lebanese army across the country due to the Lebanese government's isolationist, pro-Western, and pro-Israeli policies. Demonstrators were outraged by the Lebanese army because it routinely offered no resistance to Israeli assaults on the country and people. Demonstrations across the country called for the support of the Palestinian resistance, for Lebanon to defend itself, and to adopt a national defense policy against Israel. These are the questions that I find interesting in my work. How did political commitments change over time, and what were they influenced by? In my interviews, I found that the loss of one's home and land, the displacement, and Israel's occupation made people spatially aware and changed the importance of owning land for them and what it meant to be Lebanese and Palestinian. My research also questions the legitimacy the Lebanese state project had for these people. What is the meaning of the Lebanese state project and Lebanese nationalism in these border villages, and how do people relate to it? But also how ideas traveled from the village to Beirut and vice versa, especially during the periods of the civil war, and how political activism, but also religious awareness, traveled from Beirut to the village and back together with people's displacements. Then I also found important the betrayal people felt in the past and that continue to do today with the actions of the Lebanese army that served to police them instead of providing protection. When reminiscing about the role of the Islamic resistance and Hezbollah today and its position within the Lebanese government, Abu Ali exclaimed in 2019, when I interviewed him, quote, "This is the point, that I did not own anything. This is why I did not regret anything." Then he went on to tell me, sometime the Lebanese army asked a woman for her ID at Saf al-Hawa, also in the nearby town of Bint Jbeil. Enraged and disappointed, the woman told the soldier, "Ta'burni, my dear, the sky is Israel's and the land is for the Palestinian resistance. And this ID, here, take it." She threw it at him because she was full of spite for him. So she is saying, while we are escaping, you are asking me for my ID? I'm still citing Abu Ali. Why don't you protect me so I can remain at home? There was no awareness among the Lebanese government that the enemy is Israel. Your enemy is the state's enemy is the parties. Your enemy is the people. And do not join parties, and do not do this, and do not do that. It was a government for the privileged. Ya bayi, ya habibti, said Abu Ali. We didn't have a government. And even until today, they're trying to make peace. And now I want to talk a bit more about the experience of women that I promised in South Lebanon. As Malik Abi Saab and Michelle Hartman note in their recently published collection on women's experiences during the Lebanese Civil War, quote, "There is little to no documentation of women's roles in this war, not only as fighters, militants, activists, workers, artists, writers, filmmakers, and so on, but also as people living in a society affected by 15 years of a war that ravaged the country. Histories of the war rarely speak of women except as footnotes, and there are extremely few studies of any kind devoted to women and the civil war. Naturally, as a woman myself, when I spent time in South Lebanon, I was always surrounded by women. My grandmothers, my mother, my aunts, and their neighbors and friends, some of whom were unmarried or had lost their husbands, others that had been married since they were very young, some of which were divorced and sometimes separated from their children. Others were married but had spent long periods without their husbands in South Lebanon during the war and occupation, as the men often worked abroad during the occupation to make a living. Ironically, when I told these women that I wanted to record their histories, they often referred me to the men, to the teachers and intellectuals of the village. It took me time to convince them that it was their stories that I was curious about, and even more time to persuade them to sit down with me and record them. The formal interview setting often did not work well. I found that I heard most vivid and intimate stories of women's past while sitting together for coffee in groups or while cooking or preparing mouni. Women's experiences of the war also varied by generation. Many of the women I talked to in Blida, born roughly between 1965 and 1975, were often married young, usually through marriages arranged by their parents. Their lives were marked by constant displacement, and especially the women that were born in the second half of the 60s missed out on their education entirely. It was clear that the instability of displacement deeply shaped their lives. Most had limited schooling. Many recalled only brief periods of primary school education.
Five minutes.
Okay,
I'm keeping
done.
five
Thank you.
minutes. Yeah.
The early marriages were tied to the conditions of war, to the unspoken yet real fear of being assaulted by soldiers, to the financial pressures their families faced, and to the shrinking pool of potential husbands in the occupied zone. The occupation disrupted the balance of village life. As it was customary to marry within the village, the absence of men led to a rise of unmarried women. In addition to being killed or imprisoned during the war, men often remained outside the occupied zone because of past political activism against Israel, or to avoid being conscripted by the occupation army, like mothers had to send away their children as early as like 11 years old to live outside of the zone. And to work abroad to provide for their families. The Israeli occupation and the repeated displacements had an enormous effect on women's everyday lives. They determined whether children could attend school, and many did not for years. They affected whether women could continue their usual work at home and in their gardens, in their shops, or through tobacco farming. The income fluctuated according to their own and their husbands, fathers, or sons' working conditions and presence. These factors shaped women's roles within their families. In many cases, women became the primary providers and decision makers, especially when men were absent. Their work and endurance were central to family survival. Displacement constantly redefined what and where they could call home, and how they had to rebuild a household, and whether they could rely on family and community networks for support. The experience of repeated displacement deeply marked the understanding and importance of having home and owning land. And I'm going to conclude in a second. Especially in South Lebanon, it is ordinary people that in the past, but also in the present, have together contributed and resisted to make life in this border zone possible. It is their determination to return to their land and their presence that challenges the occupation, today as in the past. Most of the people I interacted with on a daily level, during my research but also in private, were ordinary people. As in the case of Ibrahim Saleme, after he was killed, a video emerged of him doing basic rebuilding activities of destroyed infrastructure and planting for the municipality. It is these simple yet important tasks that keep a community alive, yet they are often not acknowledged. Also, it is in the aftermath that we learn about his wife, that their house was destroyed and the conditions of their current displacement. She's raising their family in Sur, staying with other displaced families, while he found refuge in the municipality building where he was also working. Quoting the work of Dina Georges, not all those injured by colonial violence resist the power of colonial domination heroically, end quote. In their published collection, Abi Saab and Hartman underlined that we need to change the ways we read and learn about history, as not everyone has a heroic story to tell. Sorry for pronouncing that so badly. My aim with collecting these life histories, and especially also the histories of women, is to show the realities of what it meant and what it continues to mean to live in this border area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susann. As someone who is from a hometown in your same qada, thank you for situating the experiences of women within the south of Lebanon, which, as you mentioned, we often don't hear about, especially within Lebanon's, modern history of forced displacement. Again, the modern history of Lebanon is one of forced displacement and also great internal displacement resulting from the years of war and crises and whatnot. Thank you, and thank you for being on time. We move on to our second paper for this panel. Saeed Rafik Lahmari will be presenting on memory, resistance, and gendered erasure, feminist oral histories of the Black Decade in Algeria. Saeed Rafik is a PhD candidate in comparative gender studies at Central European University in Vienna, and his paper examines Algerian women's counter-narratives of resistance during the Black Decade between 1988 and 1999. The floor is yours.
Thank you to AUB, my alma mater, and finally thank you to ACSS for contributing to this as well. And I just want to start by also dedicating this presentation to the MEPI Associate Director, Ms. Message Amian, for being there when I was at the AUB and for continuing to be there, and Dr. Blake Atwood from the Media Studies Department, who was also there for me when I needed him most, Dr. Nadia Jones-Gailani and Dr. Adriana Kobayova, my supervisors from CEU, and finally to the Free Women of Algeria that I have conducted these interviews with. So, it often started with silence. When I sat across from the women I interviewed, there was always that moment before the recorder turned on, a kind of quiet hesitation. Then one of them would begin with something small, a laugh, a sigh, a memory. Al-I, one of the women, once told me, almost apologetically, "You see me laughing, and you might think I'm careless when I tell you these stories, but it's because what I saw made me so cold. Everything was normalized back then." That sentence has stayed with me. It holds the entire contradiction of what it meant to be a woman during Algeria's Black Decade, living with terror, yet finding ways to survive, to joke, to remember. So my research asks, how do Algerian women remember and how have they resisted the violence of the 1990s? Through oral history interviews, I explore how their personal memories form counter-narratives, stories that challenge both patriarchal oppression and the government's imposed silence about that period. This work matters because the Black Decade is still, till today, an open wound. The official story of national reconciliation has demanded that people forget, but forgetting is also political. By remembering, by speaking, these women reclaim agency over how Algeria's history is told. But to understand what these memories resist, we first need to recall what the Black Decade was and how it transformed women's lives. So the Black Decade, which spanned, as Rima said, from 1988 till 1999, a few years, give and take, was one of Algeria's darkest periods. It began after the Islamic Salvation Front, an Islamist political party, or FIS, gained popularity and seemed poised to win the 1991 elections. The government canceled those elections, triggering a brutal civil conflict between Islamist groups and the army. Over 200,000 people were killed in Algeria in that decade. But beyond the numbers, the war seeped into the most intimate spaces of life: homes, schools, neighborhoods, and even bodies. For women, it wasn't only a war between the state and the Islamists. It was a struggle over who they were allowed to be. Islamist militants wanted to Islamize society, starting with women's clothing and behavior. The government, meanwhile, claimed to defend women's rights while maintaining the 1984 Family Code, a law that legally placed women under male guardianship, which I will be talking about in a minute. And as HL told me, another woman, and I'm using their initials, by the way, they said they were protecting us, but they were just controlling us in a different way. And yet, even amid that fear, women adapted. They went to school, worked, took buses, taught children, all while violence unfolded around them. ZH remembered being 13, home alone, when gunfire erupted outside in the Kasbah in Algiers, the old town. I hugged my pillow so tight. After it stopped, the gunfire, I looked through the window cracks and saw bodies on the street. I will never forget that image, she said. It was to capture these kinds of fragile, intimate memories that I turned to oral history as my main method. This is part of a bigger project titled The History Algeria Forgets, Gendered Narratives of the Black Decade, which included both oral histories and archival material from the Archive of the Fight of Algerian Women, which is a digital archive. But for the scope of this conference and presentation, I'll be only focusing on the oral history aspect of it. So I met and interviewed 20 women who lived through the 1990s and who survived the 1990s and recorded their memories, both spoken and unspoken. As feminist scholars like Sherna Gluck and Lynn Abrams remind us, oral history is not merely about collecting data. It is about building relationships of trust, creating space for emotion, hesitation, and voice. Often, what was left unsaid carried as much meaning as what was spoken. L.I., for instance, mentioned rape only once, in a lowered voice. She said, "There are many women who were raped. They could be a good asset to your research." Then she fell silent. That silence itself became a form of testimony, an archive of trauma, shame, and the cultural taboos that surround gendered violence in Algeria. As an Algerian researcher myself, I occupied a complicated position, both insider and outsider. I shared the language, human, and gestures of the women I interviewed. Yet, I was also a man, asking them to reopen wounds they had long learned to live with and that I haven't lived. I'm acutely aware that my presence shaped these conversations. I recognize that my identity as a Berber, queer, cisgendered man inevitably informs how I listen, interpret, and write. I do not claim to speak for the women in this research, rather my aim is to listen with them, to create a platform through which their stories might circulate beyond the private spaces where they have long been confined. Throughout this process, I approached each interview as a collaborative act, where meaning was co-constructed through trust, vulnerability, and sometimes shared discomfort. Ultimately, my engagement in this work is not about achieving objectivity, but about embracing subjectivity as a mode of responsibility. I see myself not as a detached observer, but as someone deeply entangled in the stories I documented. And from these encounters emerged powerful counter-narratives. So before I move into the specific stories, I want to take a moment to define what I mean by counter-narratives. So such narratives are acts of resistance. They challenge what the state, the media, and even academic history claim to know. As Bell Hooks reminds us, speaking is an act of resistance when you've been told to remain silent. Each woman I interviewed crafted her own version of survival. Together, their stories create a collective memory that defies simplification. But resistance doesn't always come in the form of protest or confrontation. Sometimes it's written into the texture of the everyday. And one of the clearest examples of that lies in how women experience the infamous family code. So the 1984 family code was a turning point for Algerian women. It legally entrenched their subordination in independent Algeria. It declared that women must have a wali, a male guardian, to marry. It forbade them from passing their nationality to their children or traveling abroad without a husband's or a father's authorization. It placed women in a position of dependency, effectively making them legal minors in their own households. Most of the women I spoke with were teenagers or young adults when this code shaped their lives. They didn't speak of it as an abstract law, but as a daily constraint. Yet, rather than accepting it, they learned to maneuver around it. As KL put it, even before the terrorists, there was always someone telling you what you can't do. The laws just made it official. For instance, several women described how they strategically used male relatives' names or signatures to bypass bureaucratic hurdles. Others, like L.I., used education itself as a form of rebellion. Attending classes despite her father's reluctance was her way of quietly subverting the code's logic. If I stayed home, she told me, I would have gone crazy. So I studied, and I told myself that was my jihad. During the Black Decade, this resistance became even more complex. The rise of Islamist militias blurred the line between state law and moral policing. The same patriarchal rules of the family code were now violently enforced by armed men on the streets. Yet women refused to disappear. They sought work, organized community life, and continued to circulate in public, even when every law and threat warned them not to. Their defiance wasn't always loud. It was often disguised in small tactical gestures. These acts were quiet revolutions against both the legal text of the family code and the social order it sought to preserve. So to understand how this spirit of defiance extended beyond law and into the fabric of daily life, we need to look at how women navigated violence itself. So life during the Black Decade was ruled by fear. What ZH once described as, even in your own house, you are living in fear. That fear was not a passing feeling. It became an atmosphere, something you breathed, something that settled into your body. When I asked ZH what a regular day looked like, she listed simple things: coffee, school, homework. But then she paused and said, I used to take the shortest route to school. And not once or twice, but many times, I saw decapitated heads thrown there. At the very beginning, I used to get very scared and change my route. But then I learned to walk past them and ignore their existence. So this last sentence captures the essence of women's endurance in that decade. Violence became so constant that survival itself turned into resistance. She described how we always go out with fear. We check ourselves all the time. You see someone following you, you think it's a terrorist, even if it weren't one. That everyday hyper-awareness, that self-surveillance was a form of violence in its own right. ZH told me about a woman she'd heard of, a single mother, murdered in her own home after her son was sent to buy ice cream by the same people who killed his mother so that he doesn't see. We were scared, she said, but I even went out the next day with no hijab. I didn't want to let that disrupt my life. Many of the women I spoke to carried similar stories. HL, for instance, described giving birth under curfew in a military clinic surrounded by gunfire. They were so loud, she said. They were saying, bring your kids to the mosque and go do jihad. But my contractions started that same night. I insisted they take me in even when the doctors refused. I wasn't going to give birth in fear, and she didn't. Li and her friend used the Islamist bias against them. She said, I remember once FX, one of her friends, and I were on the bus heading to Sidi Musa in the city of Blida, different Blida, where the high school was. The bus suddenly stopped and 3 bearded men entered. We knew it was them, so we peed our pants from being scared. We thought they were going to catch us and kill us. They came to us, asked us where we were going. We said to an apprenticeship. Then they asked to see what's inside our bags. We opened them, and they saw cloths that we put there intentionally to cover the books that we had. So they just got off the bus. We thought we were going to die that day. These stories show that resistance wasn't always heroic. It was relational. Women relied on each other, on family, on neighbors to endure. Fear was communal, but so was courage. One of the most contested symbols of that said courage, the one that carried both danger and protection, was the hijab. During the Black Decade, the hijab was far more than a piece of cloth. It became a battlefield between ideology, survival, and faith. For the Islamists, it was a mark of obedience. For many women, it was a shield, a way to walk safely through public spaces without drawing attention. ZH remembered a girl from her neighborhood who refused to wear it. I'm quoting her here. She said, only the hijab I won't wear. If they want to kill me, let them kill me. They shot her in the street that same day. End quote. That story circulated everywhere, a warning, but also a testament to defiance. KL, who lived in the Algiers Kasbah, the old town, recounts the story of when she encountered the FIS member a few meters outside of her home. I knew he was going to attack me. The street was empty. It was just him and I. But then he didn't. Apparently, the FIS member lived in her neighborhood and was friends with her brothers. He called me over, he gave me a big slap on my face, and ordered me to never leave the house again without the hijab. KL said that she still did not wear it even after this encounter. I saw death that day, she added. Thus, even though Islamist fundamentalists enforced the veil on women, many of them did not abide by this order and chose to risk their lives over succumbing to this new societal order. Yet, not all women saw the veil as imposed. Al-I said proudly, every woman should wear the hijab because it's a fard, an obligation. It's not oppressive. For her, wearing it was not about submission, but about conviction, a personal relationship with faith that existed outside the Islamist control. And I described how her neighborhood transformed. You'd walk outside and suddenly everyone was veiled. Some did it from belief, others from fear. But we all understood why. The veil, in that sense, became a shared language, one that expressed both vulnerability and defiance. And there were others, like L.I., who learned to manipulate its symbolism. She told me, I used to wear normal clothes, throw a foulard, a cloth, on my head, and then remove it when I got to class. When I left, I'd put it again. That simple gesture was her way of reclaiming control over her body and her choices. Between these stories lies the entire complexity of women's agency during the war. The hijab could mean safety, faith, protest, or survival. It was never just one thing. And that multiplicity is what makes women's testimonies so powerful. They show us that even under the weight of terror, women kept choosing when to cover, when to speak, when to stay silent, and when to scream. And while these individual acts of survival were powerful, what truly sustained many of the women I spoke to was something more collective, the strength they found in each other. In many neighborhoods, fear became collective, almost ritualized. L.I. told me about a neighbor from the Shnabit, the local defense group called Shnabit, who came to warn them. "L'ayat alaykum waslah alayna." The screaming is on you, the weapons are on us, this guy said. She laughed, remembering the following. One night, someone knocked on our door. I screamed so loudly that the Shnabit, the local defense group, came running. It turned out it was just the military, and it ruined their mission, but it felt really good that they'd come that fast, at least. So, despite everything, women found each other. They met secretly to exchange news, talk, and simply exist together. As Elle remembered, every evening we used to gather in Wustad-Dar, the inner courtyard, just to talk about what happened that day. It was the only time we could breathe. These inner courtyards became sanctuaries, places where laughter could coexist with mourning, where the act of talking itself became a form of defiance. IT described this sense of collective endurance beautifully when she told me, you feel that everyone is the same. It's like when they said, إذا عمت خفت, a problem shared is a problem halved.
5 minutes.
Perfect, I'm closing. We were all scared, but at least we were scared together, she said. In those moments, fear turned into solidarity, and solidarity itself became resistance. As H.L. said, even if they make us forget, it's just a theatrical act. We will never forget. As I reach the end of this presentation, I return to the question that shaped it. How do Algerian women remember, and how did they resist the violence of the 1990s? This paper emerged from a deep awareness of the gaps in how the Black Decade has been narrated. Official histories have focused on male actors, on violence, and on the mechanisms of the state. Women's voices, when mentioned at all, appear as background noise, victims of circumstance rather than agents of their own survival. My aim was to unsettle that silence, to move beyond the frameworks that define women only through suffering, and instead highlight how they navigated and resisted the systems that sought to contain them. Through oral histories, this study recovers women's counter-narratives, which are not linear nor cohesive. They are fragmented, emotional, and sometimes even contradictory. Yet, it is precisely this multiplicity that gives them their power. This work also demonstrates that memory is never neutral. It is shaped by politics, gender, and emotion. The Algerian state has repeatedly attempted to control remembrance through its narrative of, again, national reconciliation, but women's stories resist containment. They expose the fractures beneath the surface. While this study has documented a range of stories, it remains only the beginning. Many more voices are still unheard, and many questions remain open. But ultimately, this paper argues that to understand Algeria's recent history, we must listen differently. Women's narratives reframe the Black Decade not as a story of national collapse, but as one of survival and redefinition. Through their memories, they have preserved histories that official discourse tried to erase. And in doing so, they have expanded what counts as political, as historical, and as resistance. Their stories remind us that remembering is not merely a return to the past, it is a refusal to forget, to be silenced, or to be written out of history. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rafi. There's a lot of similarities, I guess, that can be traced between this imposing of collective amnesia on both Algeria and Lebanon, which is fascinating. And you said something that struck with me, the demand that people forget versus, obviously thinking and conceptualizing remembrance as being political. So in this case, even from an overarching perspective, oral history itself is a form of resistance and preserving the testimonies of these women and the counter-narrative that challenge the dominant histories in Algeria. So thank you very much for that. Last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Angela Kahil, who is an assistant professor of political science and international relations at the Holy Spirit University of Kaslik, Uzak, here in Lebanon. Dr. Kahil will be presenting on oral testimonies and the challenge of reconstructing feminist histories in the Levant. And she will be speaking about the new role of the historian in this age and its relationship and emphasis on gendered oral history and archives. Angela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rima. Thank you for all the organizers, the GOHA conference organizers, ACSS, and everyone who is attending, and yesterday panelists as well. Today, first, I'm going to introduce myself better and my connection to oral history. So I'm historian at first, before becoming a political scientist. I have studied history in France and in Lebanon. I have studied in different approaches and mainly studied that history is a science, rather than something that today we have to adapt to new challenges and to new approaches and to new methods. So I won't say that I'm a rigorous historian, but this is how I have been taught. And then, I didn't move because I consider also that political science is rooted in history. So I continued in political science, also in Paris, and became like more a historian of political regimes or a historian of international relations. I have also taught in French universities, in Lebanese universities, currently at UZEK, but I also taught for 2 years here at AUB, so there are also different approaches of teaching and what kind of knowledge we would like to deliver to our students. This is to tell you that I earned my PhD lately, in 2023, so like 15 years after being graduated, and because I couldn't find a topic that could motivate me to work and to research for at least 3 years. And one day in a conference, I heard about Angela Jorda Khouri. It was in 2015, and I didn't know about her. Now we know more about her. But in 2015, no one knew about her. So she was the first woman diplomat in Lebanon. And I was like, oh my God, okay, why not? It's interesting. Who is she? And I started making research on her and decided that it's going to be my PhD research work because I didn't have sources. And this is what motivated me. So why is she considered as the first woman diplomat in Lebanon? And what do we know about her? Why there are no sources, even written sources? So my PhD was about diplomacy and feminism, and she was like my case study. And this research led me to AUB, because she was a AUB graduate, and even the first woman to graduate from the sociology department. It was in 1938. So this is my work. Alors, my relation to oral history is that I didn't conduct any oral history or interview work with her. But why? Because she passed away in 2011. So sadly for me, I couldn't have this chance to interview her. And the only the sources the written sources were based on oral history. So I had like 3 main sources. I had Aziz Sabri book, about pioneering profiles in the Beirut College for Women. She worked on 10, she interviewed 10 alumni from what will become the LAU University. So it was my first relation, okay, oral history interviews, what is she going to do with these interviews? And she briefly comments in her introduction about her methodology approach, and she said, okay, I have first selected 10 women based on what criteria? So she describes 5 criteria. She identified 5 criteria, and they are like biased because the author herself was an alumni of the university. She also selected them because they were a great academic or international journey. So it was a little bit biased. So this also encouraged me to look at the biographies. Angela Jorda-Khouri was interviewed, so this was for me a main written source, like a hybrid source, written based on writing sources. The second source, and it was also discovered very, very, by purpose, without purpose. It was in a book about Ras Beirut by Maria Abunnasr. And in the footnote, there was like a quote in the text, and in the footnote from my interview of Angela Jorda-Khouri. And I said, oh my God, there was an interview. Where? So I got connected with Maria Abunnasr, and she's here. So what she gave me, it's like 2 or 3 pages of her interview, so they were her notes, personal notes. So it was for me another source to get more information about Angela Jorda-Khouri, and this is how it started. How oral history can be important in knowing about a person first, and then of course about a woman, because as everyone is mentioning here, okay, we don't have sources, but why? What is the main reason we don't have sources? It's okay because history is written by men, but because history at first is not about individuals. History was about nations, about states, about power. So the concept of history also have changed, and then we got more interested in people, in social groups rather than individuals, and this is the main transition that we are now witnessing in history itself. In France, they are still retaliant about considering individual stories as part of history and questioning how this micro-historia or individual story can be relevant to history. And their solution is that instead of just individual stories, let's work on prosopographies. And the prosopographies is like to compare individual stories, individual biographies about women, and try to find common tools, common thinking, common experiences, and this is very hard because every individual has his own experience. So this is my first comment, for me. So the research about and during my thesis, well, I knew about other women of her generation, and this generation of the 1930s, 1940s is called the pioneering, generation, the pioneering one in terms of internationalization, in terms of feminist claimings, feminist movement, and my question here when I was working, am I working on what do I want? I want to know about this woman, so I'm a historian working on a woman, so like making a biography, or I just want to rewrite the history of Lebanon, including Angela Jorda-Khouri perceptions, experiences, and and here as a historian I was in a dilemma, because what do I really want to do? Rewriting the history of Lebanon at my level, it's a little bit hard to be done because if I rewrite it, who would be my public and who is going to acknowledge my rewriting? And the main rewriting would be, for example, that so women participated to the Lebanese independence. It was the Women's March on November 12, 1943. And, so women, yes, they wanted independence, It's not about rewriting, it's about probably giving more details to history. And voila. And during the research, I also met with other women of her generation. So, for example, Eva Badr Malik. Eva Badr Malik was the wife of Charles Malik, the prominent diplomat in Lebanon. And there's nothing about Eva Malik. If you Google Eva Badr Malik, Malik with an A, with the E, Malik with an I, you will find nothing about her. And why? She was from the generation of Jorda Khouri. She was at AUB. She graduated from AUB. She taught at AUB. She also founded one of the founders of the League of the Lebanese Women. She contributed to the law to the law about women's vote and eligibility in Lebanon in 1953. She was a wife of an ambassador. She was a lot interviewed in the U.S. in Washington from 1945 to 1956, 54, and then she came back to Lebanon, and then nothing. So we even have nothing, in the oral history, that we get. So Eva's Malik, there are also other women like Olga Wehbe Assaf. She is the first woman to be in the Jordan government in 1953. There are Jamal Karam Harfouch from the same generation. She had a UN journey and participated in. She was the first pediatrician in Lebanon to open a clinic, so and then work with the UN to implement, the health programs of the UN. So she was even. I founded this archive, for example, very lately in the chaos of archives in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Lebanon. Among papers from 1975, or I found like a contract signed with a cineast, and she was appointed to direct a movie or a documentary about women in Lebanon in 1949, when Beirut welcomed the Third Commission on the status of women, for instance. And this information is nowhere, not even in Marie Sabri interview. So based on that, my first question is what we do in that case where these women have passed away. We don't have even written sources, and how do we do to because this is also the role of the historian, to consider that these women deserve to regain their role in history. What do we do in such cases? And of course, we have the secondary oral history work that we have to conduct, meaning we have to interview all those who met her, who met them, who knew them, their parents, their families, etc. So for my case, Angela Jorda Khouri, we have her son, Philippe Khouri, who is also the head of the board of trustees at AUB. And also very, very available. So this is also a chance, for a historian to get in touch with such person. But here it's a family member, very close family member. So for the historian, again, what is the relevance of the information that I will get? One information, just to make you laugh, for example, that I found an important detail, but very questionable, and what to do with it. For example, the information is about Charles Malik willing to get married with Angela Jorda Khouri. But her father, refused because there was a difference of a 9-year difference between them. And her father was Mansour Jourda, a prominent scientist, also at AUB. So, here, what kind of information should I take? That the Jourda family was a very modern family, that sad. It's sad for her that she didn't marry with him. But then, her story is also very, very interesting. Would I give the information to closer to make it like a buzz? And so this kind of information are interesting because we can analyze it, because this is the second role of the historian, which is to interpret. So here, we have Ernst who said the veto of the document, it's untouchable, so we should not interpret it. But I will follow Derrida's interpretation of history, that we have to interpret. The document belongs to everyone. And this is why oral history is important, because we are creating archives. This is our third role as historian, which was not in what we learned about historians. Historians should not create documents, but rather work on documents. So here is it our role in 2025 to create, as historians, because we have ethnologists, anthropologists, sociologists, but as historians, should we create a document? What is our distance to the document when we create it? And this is the work of, this is a barbarian word of Ketelaar. I don't know if you work. It's l'archivalisation, archivalizing. It's a barbarian word, a neologism, which is to be in the pioneering process of archiving, in creating a document and giving it its identity. So the historian would be in all the stages of archiving. Archivalization, this is the first step. Archivation, l'archivage, l'archivation, et ensuite l'archivage, and then rewriting, using it to rewrite and even to retell, because this is probably what, what we are doing, not really rewriting, but just retelling.
5 minutes, okay?
Oui, c'est plutôt une conversation. So retelling, voilà, who wants to hear it, but we cannot also have this arrogance and saying I'm rewriting history, because again, we have to move with the trend. We have to, today we are in a trend where we need women voices, but in the future probably we'll need more youth voices. We need probably the children to speak, as So we are also in a period where we have a lot of questions. We are in a period of crisis. We need to reinvent, our knowledge in order to continue and to aspire continuing in the future. And probably we are expecting from the woman to bring us what questions the past that have destroyed our present. So it's very philosophical as an approach, but I think that the role of a historian is really to evolve. And here my message is to French historians who are again still in this rigorous mentality. And yes, so voilà, what kind of historian would we be? Like storytellers, narrators, and this approach let us, consider emotions and women's experiences, women's le vécu de, comment on dit un vécu? Lived. So, because this was forbidden, to be emotional and to use emotions in order to write history. And this is very important to humanize. So rather than a science, it's more like a human science, and which helps to be closer to the woman as a witness of history, and to the woman as also an actor of history. So this is my definition of being a feminist historian, in just giving this legitimacy to these voices. Voilà. So I think it's more like a discussion. My paper, of course, is more scientist, but this is my my approach, and yes, and I would like to finish with, it was a discussion in 1980 between historians in France, between Michel Perrault, Mona Ozouf, and trying to understand more this oral history. So Michel Perrault was saying, a feminine lived that. This is what oral history is about, giving life to this feminine lived experience that would give to history its sexual dimension besides the dimension of classes and social groups. And Mona Ozouf answered, and she said, your response means that making gender woman history is about changing the scale of historical problems. And this is my conclusion, that today we are upgrading the levels of priorities of historians by doing gender oral history and archives. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela.
Yeah, can I just? Yes. And just my next work is to work on my stepmother, Lina Ferrali Malouf. She's the woman who marked history. She got the medal, the golden medal of, because I saw Sabah. So she accompanied Sabah during the last days of her life. She founded Liban Prestige. She brought back like artisanat to Lebanon in the 90s. She met with Claudia Schiffer to introduce her Lebanon through heritage. She met with the Prime Minister of Syria in 1976 when he came to Lebanon, and she founded a hospital here. Her background is that she made hospital management in Johns Hopkins University in the US. She made several internships here at the AUH. It was in the 50s, 60s. And she even met Musa Sadr at AUH. So she has also some information about how she perceived him as a nurse, as an intern nurse, for example. She then went to the US. And in the US, she also met, she was part of the aristocracy. She wanted to marry with Dick Opney, who was a deputy, a member of the Congress. And he made his declaration in the presidential palace, in the presidential residence, for example. It was in the 60s. And then she came back to Lebanon. And she said, no, nothing would change my relation to Lebanon. And then war happened, the civil war. And during the civil war, she did a lot of things, delivering weapons to Christian militias, for example. She brought them food. She went to the south to make vaccinations during the 70s. And as a historian, I consider that she probably deserves to write about her, because this is also what is our role, as a historian, to find out who deserve, what details deserve to be spoken or not.
Thank you. Don't worry. Thank you, Angela, and thank you for providing us an overview on the role of the feminist historian. There, though, that's my timer, right on time, huh? Just so you know, I'm fair. I use a timer. Rewriting, I guess, a gendered sociopolitical history of the Levant. I think it's fascinating. I teach issues related to international law, the UN International Organization, and Charles Malik features a lot, obviously, since he was central to, in case you didn't know, the writing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And there's a lot of recent work that has been conducted on how, there was a large role of Lebanon in that, but I, before your presentation, had not heard of his wife. So thank you for that. We have 20 minutes for questions, so may I suggest maybe taking questions in rounds of 3 and then giving people the opportunity, giving our panelists the opportunity to answer. So I'll begin, in all fairness, with the hand that shut up first, which is Hannah Sleiman at the back. And then I'll move to you, Melissa. I'm going by, and then you, yes.
Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful panel, and Rima for your moderation. I have a question to Susann. Thank you for doing this work. It's very important. And you've been doing it for so long, and it's become even more relevant now. And it feels like something we all know, but we actually don't. And I'm curious whether or not, because you had a slide about periodization, and it's very interesting that they had more relationships to Palestine than Beirut. And I'm curious if they think of the years 78 to 2000 as a distinct period that's distinct from the pre-75, post-75. Like, is the period of Israeli occupation experienced by those villages as a distinct historical period that doesn't so neatly align to Lebanese historiography, to speak. And Rafi, thank you so much. I see that your name there is Saeed, so I'm a bit confused, but because I was wondering if in your interviews, these women brought up discourses around the French and Algerian battles over gender and women's bodies and the veil as a space for a nationalist competition, so to speak, because they're very resonant with some of the conversations of the late 50s and early 60s, and I was wondering if the women ever brought this up. Do they remember this, or do they see it as a distinct period as well? Thank you.
So I'll take Melissa and then Fatma, and then if you don't mind, Kaukab, because it's Kaukab. And then we'll stop there. We'll give everyone the opportunity to answer, and then we'll flip it back, so we still have some time for questions. Melissa.
First and foremost, I want to say just how proud I am of Rafi and all the work that he has done over the years. Seeing his evolution as a scholar has been really touching. My question for Rafi is, how did your positionality as a cisgender male affect the scope of the topics that were discussed with your respondents? I'm very interested to know what they did not want to touch upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I move to Fatma. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Fatma Sharafuddin. I'm from the University Libraries. And 2 years ago, on the side, I started an oral history project for my city, Sur, in South Lebanon. And I'm very glad to learn about Susann. And I don't know if maybe we'll talk during the break, if we can know more people so we can collect more interviews. And my question to you is that, can we access them? Are they accessible? Like, are the interviews yet or not? And not yet. And for Rafi, I have a question that you talked about women, and this is very important for me. What mystified me, and I think everybody else during the 90s, is what happened. It was really a shock. It was the first time we hear that people who are religious are killing, and I couldn't believe it. And I thought that it was some kind of conspiracy, or maybe these people were like foreigners. I couldn't believe that Algerians will do that to Algerians. So did they question who were these people? Like, like you said, one of them was her cousin, the friend of her cousin, but who were these people? Like, were they surprised to know about them? How did they react to why is this happening?
We'll take Kaukab, and then I'll flip it back after your responses for round two.
Okay, I'll be very quick. My question is to both Susann and Rafi. I loved your presentations, and I'm in awe of the care you put into your oral histories and in rendering it to us. So I have a general question. How do you, as oral historians dealing with trauma, exercise self-care? How do you deal with the post-trauma of the interview, of hearing this? And what do you think could be the best means of conveying to us the silences and the checkered, complex histories? What I mean by the last question is, like, do you have any reflections about the best form to render this? I'm thinking about the work of Alexievich, for example, as anonymized, but also as a story, rather than just a report, a dry report. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. I think about this question very much, and I don't have an answer. So I would love your insights.
Susann, would you like to begin? Yeah.
I'll start with Kaukab, since you just asked the question. How to render? What do you mean, how to render? Like, I didn't understand. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I liked how Saeed did it with I mean, I first of all, to talk about self-care, I did interview my parents for this, and I have not touched the interview since. I did not expect, like, I was not aware of what was coming, really. So I've not been able to deal with it. But yeah, that's too emotional. Yeah, so it's hard. Like, I think at Oxford we always did like a trauma course of how like people deal with trauma in interviews and traumatic situations. I mean, something like this here would be great. Like if AUB would offer something like this, or you know, for people doing oral history. How to render silences? Yeah, I mean, that's the other question. Like, you know, when I sat down and recorded things, I knew like half of the stories are missing, of course, and many of the stories, of course, I understood through context and through people's attitudes. Yeah, how to, and it's also, of course, the silences are the ones they chose to be silent about. So also as the ethical aspect involved, what do I do with it as a researcher? Do I write about it? If they really didn't want to hear about it, I can write about it, but I think not in relation to the people I interviewed. I think, yeah, I don't know if that helps, but I think this is how I'd handle it. To Fatma, I think you didn't really have a question anymore, right? But we can talk after. We'll talk. And Hannah, I'm not sure if 78 was really the distinct period. Maybe early 70s when Israel started having positions within Lebanon. Like, you know, Nate writes about this, actually. It's also not written about much. But Israelis already started having positions on the border and in these areas in the early 70s. So maybe that would be, I think, where I would make the period 70 to 2000. Just like, yeah. But yeah, we can read about it more in Nate's work. But yeah.
Yeah, Rafik. Yeah.
I'm going to start with Hannah's question as well. Whether they mentioned the French and Algerian discourse at all. Honestly, it did not come up whatsoever because these women did not live throughout that period. Like the sample that I chose were people, like I mentioned earlier, like who were young adults, kind of even younger than a bit than young adults, teenagers as well. And even though there were some things that you can definitely draw some parallels with, especially like with the hijab being such like a nationalist move, let's say, to counteract the French, it did not come up whatsoever. And I do, like I told you, this is part of a bigger project, and in the bigger project I do like historicize it a little. I do say where all this came from and how it very much relates to the French and to the colonial discourse, basically, or to the counter-colonial discourse. Melissa, so for my positionality, of course, of 100%, like this was one thing that I was very, very aware of, also a bit scared of, because again, I am a man at the end of the day. There definitely would be topics that would not be mentioned, but the attitude that I went with when I did my field work is that I will take wherever you give me. That you are leading this interview, not me. I'm here to listen to you. So I think this attitude kind of helped me to just not really overlook what they didn't tell me, but acknowledge what they didn't tell me and see why they didn't tell me such a thing. For example, I mentioned rape earlier. In the whole project, from start to finish, rape was mentioned once by this one woman who just told me, there are women who were raped, and it will be really good for your research. But then she did not want to talk about it herself. I did not want to ask further questions. Rape is a really big taboo in Algeria, and I feel like the fact that I come from there, I know what is taboo and what is not, and I kind of was respecting the limits, you know, like I knew when to cross a boundary, when not. And in most cases, you shouldn't, as an oral historian, in my opinion. And yeah, like the topics as well, like mostly it would be about, something related to sexual harassment, to rape, that they wouldn't want to discuss with a man. Yeah. Most probably even with a woman, exactly.
I think rape, I have a very similar experience with rape, where I knew with, women I know, that I knew something must have happened, but it's not something I would even ever bring up. Like, It's just
Exactly.
yeah.
100%.
But it definitely was part of the experience of
Yeah.
being in South Lebanon, and why people are so protective of and keeping their children, their daughters especially, inside the houses. And I think, yeah. But
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
want
no,
to
no,
interrupt
not
you.
at all, please, yeah. For the conspiracy part, it's really interesting because, yeah, people from outside of Algeria would either would not believe it or would not cannot even fathom the fact that this thing happened, and it was mostly due to the fact that there was a media blackout. Whatever was happening in Algeria was really enclosed in Algeria, like it did not go out. There were a few articles here and there that kind of mentioned it, that's, oh, hey, like there is a war happening in Algeria, people are dying. But for the people within, it was a huge shock. Like the people that I interviewed, for example, they really did feel a lot against the terrorists. Specifically, this is what they call them, by the way. Like, I'm not using my own terms. We do call them the terrorists, and they would always blame them, but then they wouldn't mention the government much. But the books that came out after, for example, they would really show the accounts of people who tell you, we do not know who killed who. And there was this book called Kichu, Who Killed? That obviously was banned. The writer was exiled to France. It was a whole thing because he accused the government as well. So what happened, for example, there was this one account where there was this massacre, also in Blida, different one, and there was 100%. So there was this massacre, for example, from whom there's this woman who survived, and she said, I swear that I have seen this man remove his beard, because it was like a fake beard. He removed it, he threw it, and then he jumped in the car and left. So really, like, who killed who? Till today. And because of the national reconciliation policy, there was this big movement of sweeping under the rug. Let's forget and forgive and move on, you know, as if nothing happened. I didn't live it. I was born the year that it finished, thankfully, but it's really like the ghost of the Black Decade still haunts till today. Trauma and self-care. This is a very, very important question, and it is one of my limitations, actually, because what happened is I went with my on-field work. I come from a European university, quite privileged, to be honest, going to these people, opening their wounds, and then I'm not a therapist. I'm trained as an oral historian. Yes, I can treat this with care, but then at the same time, I cannot deal with someone, for example, breaking down in front of me, which did happen, and all I could offer was a hug at the end of the interview. I did check up with them afterwards, like a couple months after, to like see if they're doing okay or not. But unfortunately, I feel this is like the one part that I came short in, which is that I was not able to really be there for them, and I felt an immense sense of guilt when I went back to privileged Europe. And yeah, this kind of still haunts me. And meanwhile, obviously, like the kind of care that I exercised while doing the interviews is by really giving them the space. I only gave like certain very broad questions, and shut up, really. They did the talk, and I really loved how they kept moving from one topic to another by themselves. I was not orchestrating whatsoever, because like at some point I felt that these women really want to talk. Like they just wanted an ear to listen, and it meant the world to me, because for me it wasn't just material. It was moments where I also interviewed some members of my family, and I heard my mom, my sisters telling me stories that I've never heard of. For example, the woman who gave birth in a curfew while there's gunshots outside was my mother. I never heard this in my life. It wasn't me, it was one of my sisters in 1992. Never heard this. It was the first time ever. And I'm like, you gave birth while there was gunshots outside. I'm like, if this is not trauma, I don't know what is, really. And you're giving birth. Like, I'm pretty sure like the trauma transferred to the baby as well, and it will continue transferring. So it was a very hard topic. And then when it comes to the silences, I feel like when I started learning about oral history, I knew that what mattered is both the spoken and the unspoken. They both, I feel, were important to include. And again, to go back to this rape topic, when she did mention this, there was silence. I did not talk, she did not talk. There was silence. But I knew the silence is not to be ignored, and I should study why the silence is mentioned. And there were a couple other interviewees who really just like stayed silently. And I didn't want to interrupt that silence because I knew it was really important. It is theorized, and it was not there just for the sake of it. It was there because there is a huge taboo about this topic. There is fear. There is this huge statement in Algeria, "Al-Hit Boudineh," which is the wall has ears. So even though they were talking to a person they trusted, they still were scared. Where is this research going? You know, so it's it was hard to catch the silences. I feel like you really have to be super trained in it, and I did this when I was a bit younger, so I wasn't really trained in it. But it was easy-ish to kind of pinpoint the silences and why they were there. Thank you for the question.
You know, and I mean, it's a completely different discipline, but enforced displacement and context due to war and conflict recently, they've been using what they're calling a trauma-induced participatory approach in order to do qualitative fieldwork. Obviously, this brings up a lot of questions in terms of what do we mean when we say trauma-informed approach? Does it mean the A to Z of acknowledging the difficult circumstances? Again, there's a question here of what exactly are we doing when we're looking at these post-conflict settings? It's worth looking at, but again, there are certain question marks that are raised. And as you mentioned, there are these inherent power dynamics, even when we come from the same country, researching that same country, which I find in a similar experience to yours, it exists, absolutely. Angela wanted to touch a point, and then I'm sure you all would like to continue the discussion over the coffee break, so I don't think we'll have a second round for questions. We're almost at time, but it's okay. We can continue the discussion in a bit.
Just 1 second, just saying, this is another function, role of the historian, to be a psychologist, you know. So today, I don't think this is, we are not trained for that. And Saeed, you said it several times, I have been trained. You know, the historian is not trained to such situations. So this is why the oral history work should be like a teamwork. You know, you shouldn't be alone interviewing these persons. You should have with you a psychologist, a PSS, you know. So it's a teamwork, because the historian cannot have this distance, you know, and hug someone, or, you know, it's not the role of the historian, again.
Tayyib, I would really like to sincerely and warmly thank our 3 panelists for their presentations. Thank you. We have a 15-minute break, and then we will reconvene at 11:15 a.m.
So thank you so much for organizing this conference. I think it's the first time in my oral history career where I've ever been in a place doing oral history, talking about oral history in our part of the world. So this feels like, I was talking to Kaukab, there's no translation necessary in terms of the experiences that we've gone through, in terms of what we cherish and we hold dear. And, you know, I just came from an international oral history conference in Poland in September. And beside myself and the small team I was with, we were the only representatives or the only voices from the Arab world. So I really felt, and that's not anybody's fault except maybe the organizers, because they didn't reach out enough. So, you know, I kind of made a big deal about that. But at the same time, then they asked me to kind of speak for what was going on in Gaza, and because it was still going on. So it was also like a lot of weight on my shoulders, because it's not something that I should be representing individually. But yeah, I think it's really important that we continue this conversation together, and we support each other, and we work together and collaborate, so that we can be, you know, we can be a force to be reckoned with in the world of oral history and on these international platforms. So I'm hopeful that this will continue. So my presentation is empowering and encouraging community-based oral history. I added the encouraging part because I feel like the empowering is a little bit too much of, you know, coming from the top. So this presentation is basically based on an oral history website that's been in the process of the making over the past 5 or 6 years. And it's the first bilingual oral history website, Arabic and English. So I'm going to be walking you through parts of it.
And so it's a little bit of show and tell, but our hope really, and this is, I'm speaking on behalf of the core project team that we worked together to create this, and again, I'll go back to how it started. Jenny Monroe and Elisa Chamara and myself, and the support of some others as well, we really hope that this kind of platform encourages the use of oral history as a research methodology, as an approach to the past, to do what we've been talking about in this, it seems like a week of a conference, but it's only been 24 hours or a bit more, to contribute to the knowledge production and archive building in Lebanon and the MENA region. So in terms of just giving you a little background on the visuals of the website, the website can be visited at reimaginethepast.org. And that's kind of the concept that we came up with in terms of trying to explain how oral history works and why it's important to a person beginning an oral history journey. So I know you are all very experienced in the methodology and the approach, but the idea is is imagining going back in space and time. So this is why we have the compass logo, and on the actual website, the constellation move a little bit. So there's this idea of a flow, and the idea of going on a journey with your narrator together, and the narrator is taking you through their past, through their memory, not necessarily in chronological order, but you are accompanying them on a journey through their memory to the past, in order to really get a sense of the personal individual experience. So the initial drive of for this website project came out of course, Lebanon's fraught relationship with its past. A country where history is, practically a bad word, a taboo, and I'm talking about the recent history of the Civil War, where the past remains contested and unresolved, and where the official state history curriculum has not been updated in decades. Rima mentioned this in the previous panel, this amnesia, and in this case, a state-sponsored amnesia. But at the same time, memory is everywhere, right? That's the thing. Memory is in families, memories in landscapes, memories in art, memories in conversation. But in public discourse, it's often shaped by fragmented and politicized narratives rather than shared understandings, or at least a willingness to try to understand. And so the divide between public and private memory means that memories circulate often within communities, within families, but rarely do they actually cross boundaries, those boundaries. So it was in this context that we turned to oral history as a method that is inherently multivocal and multi-perspective, as a way of engaging with the past, a way of dealing with the contested past in the hope of moving, and this is in the context of working with an NGO here, towards transforming understandings of conflict. So, we worked with civil society groups to try to fill this vacuum through memory work, using oral history as a bridge to between polarized political narratives. So, using oral history, seeing oral history as a more accessible route to the past, grassroots, hands-on, one that's dynamic, one that's engaged, relational, and grounding history in people's lived experiences. And through that opening, possibly a deeper and perhaps more empathetic and shared understanding of what happened. And again, of course, we all know the past is not one version. The narrative is never unitary. As Ilyas Khouri noted, I'm scared of history that has only one version. History has dozens of versions, and for it to ossify into one means only death. So that's the idea here. Okay, let's see, I'm doing this. So so in addition to that impetus, of course, another major motivation for the creation of this website was to address the fluidity and the vagueness with which we found that the term oral history was used. It was so often referred to, and this is one of the pages on the website, It was so often referred to in passing, they're like, oh, I did an oral history here, I did an oral history there. And it kind of became a catch-all phrase for describing many things, whether it was, what my uncle told me, or whether it was what archaeologists had learned from people passing by their sites and telling them what they remember of that site. So it was such an often used word, but it wasn't really pinned down as to what does that mean? What does oral history mean? And again, it doesn't have necessarily one meaning, but let's try to understand the process of it and the shared language and terminology and concepts behind oral history. First of all, I guess, emphasizing its intentionality. There's a strong intention of its practice of oral history. It's not casual. Again, I'm talking to people that already know this, but this is the idea, is that, there's an intention, there's a plan, whether it's a written out set of questions or whether it's one overarching question, there's a plan going forward when you're engaging in oral history. And again, this was mentioned in the last panel. It is an approach, it is a practice that's committed to knowledge production. And it is committed to the creation of sources. I believe that's the purpose of oral history, is that we are in the process of creating sources where they have we're filling the gap in some cases. In other cases, we are looking for other sources that are not, or we're looking at through a subjective lens. So this is, the creation of sources is really what I think makes oral history so valuable, so dynamic, and again, so significant. But of course, once you create the sources, the big issue is their preservation. And accessibility, making sure that these sources can be used tomorrow or in 20 years or in the next 50 years. So I'm very happy to see so many wonderful archivists and librarians here who have played that increasingly an important role, especially as we turn towards the digital age. So it's this commitment to the archive, really, which is so central to oral history. It's, again, not only about collecting, it's about disseminating. And this, I think, contrasts significantly with other social sciences. I mean, oral history is not only the field of historians, as we know, anthropologists, ethnographists, sociologists, political scientists, medical researchers. So, the idea is that not, let's say, anybody can do it, but people that are prepared can do it, and that's what this is all about. So yeah, it's not just about publishing your monograph and then sending it. The sources are. I think Angela referred to my interview with Angela Jourdat, which was back in 2011. Unfortunately, I didn't record that because that was so long ago. But the idea is that it's not really available out there, so that I wouldn't call an oral history per se. So the origins of this website go back to a paper version. The first iteration of this toolkit was in printed form. Its first application was in a 2-year project, From Local History to a Better Understanding of the Past, developed in collaboration with the NGO Forum ZFD and the Lebanese Association for History. So this first application was very much of a classroom-based and academic exercise, designed specifically to help and support public school teachers engage with the contested history of the Lebanese Civil War in their classrooms. So it was kind of this was back in 2018, which seems like light years ago. At that time, it was, things were still, I guess, still normal, or whatever that means. So we worked with, this was a 2-year project. The first year we worked with public school teachers from 8 secondary schools across Mount Lebanon. And we led a series of workshops basically introducing them to oral history, theory, practice, approaches, the relationality of it. And we explored ways for them to take this practice into their classrooms, into their weekly social studies and Arabic classrooms, because again, there was no, the history and geography classes were very set. And so teachers did use the toolkit with their students. We're talking about, I guess, brevet level kids, so 15-year-olds, and then assigned them to go out into their communities in small groups. They had a buddy to go with in pairs to collect interviews about the Civil War, and not necessarily just to, again, record what happened. Of course, not to record what happened, but how people experienced the war. So they didn't really have a long agenda of questions, but it was more about the overarching question of how did the war change your life? And how people lived the war, the lived experience, and what it actually felt like, you know, so delving into the subjectivity. How did you feel about what they're explaining? So this process also fostered intergenerationality, which was really, you know, interesting. In many cases, students were interviewing their grandparents, right, because they were the closest people to them. But then there was also shopkeepers or the famous guy on the corner. And then from these conversations that were recorded, and you know they were not very long or extensive, maybe 15 minutes. We gathered the groups here at AUB on the anniversary of, well, it was April 2019, so the anniversary of the commemoration of the Lebanese Civil War, and they shared their stories and their findings with each other. And then the next year, the idea in the fall of 2020 was that then these students would work in groups with artists or media, people in media, professionals in media, and artists to turn these conversations into creative projects, which then would be going on exhibition in the villages where these oral histories were conducted. But of course, as we all know, the fall of 2019 and the spring of 2020 were a very tumultuous, catastrophic period. And we went online on Zoom to try to continue the conversation for several months, but we really never reached the point where we wanted to. But you can see the toolkit this is one of the sessions. There were 12 chapters in the toolkit, and this evolved, I guess, over the next 2 years. So 2020 was when, 2019 was the actual paper toolkit. And then in 2020, we worked with other groups. And then, there was kind of basically an incubation period where we kept the conversation going, but we thought, how can we translate this pen and paper project into something that might be that will be more accessible, we hope, and more applicable on a larger scale. So we tried and we tested the toolkit out in smaller workshops with different groups. And we started envisioning the toolkit as a living, evolving resource, a website that can be built upon. So, it's not perfect now. It never will be perfect. That's not the point. The point is for it to be a place that people can hopefully use and find useful, and as a place where resources can be shared. So finally, after revisions and continuous revisions between 2021 and 2022, we launched the website I think it was in the end of August of 2023. And, we kind of went on tour to various other groups that we knew and, what do you think? Let's get some feedback. But yeah, that didn't last long because a month later, the war in Gaza began, and everything was frozen in time. But basically, this is an overview of what this website is about. This is the kind of the roadmap of the whole website. But when you open the first the opening page, it's just a few headings, but in this case, you have the whole roadmap. So the website is basically organized into 3 chapters of 24 sessions. And the first chapter is setting the stage, which is basically covering the theoretical background of oral history, why it matters, and how oral history is different, how it's important, its significance, and how it compares with written sources. So, these are all part of the lessons in that section. Then the doing oral history section is more about the designing a research project. Like, how do you come up with what is it that you want to learn kind of idea? And how then do you structure your project based on what you want to learn? So, planning, formulating the research questions, and building a strong framework. And then the last section is the practice section, conducting the interview, focusing on, step-by-step approach to and the methodology, selecting narrators, caring for the narrator and caring for yourself. Also, the discussion in the previous panel about trauma is something that we added onto this, but again, it's not fully there yet, but it's, the questions that you raised about the oral historian being the therapist is, one that we often ask ourselves. Best practices for interviewing, ethics, and of course the most important, building relationships between the interviewer and the narrator, and that idea of going on a journey together. You're accompanying the narrator on their route back through their memory. How do we be the best companion to them in that process, and what that means. And then we kept the case study of Lebanon up there with a few lessons as to how to approach the Lebanese Civil War. Again, this was in the context of secondary school students, so a timeline, impact on everyday life, and a little bit of historiography. So they have the idea that even historians don't agree with each other, not to mention people. So each session, and this, I'm sorry if it sounds a little bit too lesson planish, is broken down to be, again, to be very clear, I hope, and accessible. So, the sessions are broken down into the introduction, what's the key question here, the objective of the session, timings, 20-minute discussion, 30-minute group work, that kind of thing. So very teacher-focused in this sense. And then the notes and the tips to the facilitators, have these materials ready. And handouts, several handouts. Why is oral history important? Paul Thompson's definition, readings from Portelli. And then resources, for example, in this case, the GOHA, Palestine Oral History Archive, as examples of oral histories that can be accessed online and can be learned from. So again, this acquaintancing. As I said, it's translated fully into Arabic, which is in itself a huge feat, I think. We worked a lot with translators in trying to get a language that was, again, not Fusha, but still formal. And the toolkit was conceived in English, but it was always meant to be used in Arabic. So again, we're hoping that this can cross boundaries in Lebanon, cross boundaries in the Arab world. That's the idea. Every single piece of content on the website is available in both languages, including all of the 34 handouts and the readings. So that's something I find really exciting and to be proud of, I think. So the flexibility in the implementation is also very important, is that this toolkit is designed to be flexible. It's designed to be catered to your needs, whether you're in the classroom teaching brevet kids and just want to introduce them to what oral history is. Maybe you just do one chapter. If you're working with professionals who already have an idea of oral history, you might go into looking at using different tools. But the idea is basically that to basically do your own oral history project. This is a no expert zone. You can work on project individually if you want, or you have your own individual project. That's what this is for as well. So it's also, I think, an attempt to demystify the doing of research in general, whether it's oral history or history. So we tried out the workshop in several different settings with Syrian and Palestinian youth working in media, and this was during those years in between 21, 22. Lebanese youth activists working with the ICTJ. Working in very intense focused workshops of 4 days and 5 days, 8 hours a day, kind of one session after the other. And again, adapting to what they wanted and what they needed. We also worked with a group of Libyan activists in Tunisia. and they were already engaged in transitional justice, and their work was already, they were already working in advocacy. So we were trying to help them use oral history as a way to document stories from their own work within their own communities. I mean, obviously they're already very immersed in the subject matter and they knew exactly what they wanted to do, but they were looking for different tools to use. And then, of course, teachers and students. You know, you can extend this toolkit over 13 weeks, giving students, you know, a lesson or a session every week, so that students can also come up with, I don't know, end-of-the-year projects on oral history, which is something that the kids in the Lebanese public schools were very proud of. I mean, there was this sense of, you know, just inspiration on their part that, wow, we can actually do this. You know, we are allowed to do this. Yes, of course you're allowed. This is your world too, and you can contribute to it. So this idea of contribution, I think, is a very important part of the whole process of doing oral history. So yeah, you can pick and choose, you know, your own itinerary, let's say, if you want to stay with the journey metaphor. Am I done? Oh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, just the last one. Can I just, one last thing is, so this, at the same time as we were working on the website, we were also working with two young men who developed the Ma'bar podcast. I don't know if any of you have heard the Ma'bar podcast, but it's basically a project that was related to this one where it's basically a documentary podcast, and Ma'bar means both a barrier and a crossing. So how oral history can move from the archive and from research out into the public space. So this is a documentary-based podcast, an oral history-based podcast based on 140 interviews. The team basically built the podcast episodes out of the interviews that they had conducted, and then curated them into different seasons. And the fourth season, and you can go to their website as well, maabarpodcast.com. The fourth season that is coming out before the end of the year is specifically on women, and it was funded by UN Women, so that kind of ties us back into the gender aspect. But yeah, it's a really exciting project as well, if you haven't heard it already. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Rania Abdel Rahman, who's an assistant professor of comparative cultural studies at Cairo University. And the title of her talk is Creativity in Times of War, Palestinian Women Artists Storytelling Through Art and Life History.
Hello, I would just like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me. The conference is just very enjoyable and wonderful. I would like to start with an introduction to the article with the escalating aggression against the Palestinians in Gaza, Rafah, and other parts of Palestine. The need to document the stories of Palestinians experiencing the genocide has never been more pressing. I explore here Palestinian women's stories about their life and art under the genocide, based on the oral histories of visual artists, which I have collected through interviews on different platforms. Documenting their stories is crucial on a number of levels. It resists the erasure of Palestinian identity, which the Palestinians are facing today. It counters the oppression they are subjected to, as these stories expose the atrocities committed by the Israelis against them. And most importantly, their stories dismantle the dominant Zionist/Western narrative that blames the victim for their own victimization, and the Israeli claim that their war is one against terrorists. I'm interested in analyzing the impact of the war on their lives as women and as visual artists. The interviews reveal the specificity of Palestinian women's experiences. Some of the questions I pose to them are: how do they relate to their identity as Palestinian? How do they relate to their identity as visual artists? How do they respond artistically to the current aggression against them and their people? What is the relationship between their words describing their lived experience, dreams, obstacles they face, and their art and visual expression. Underlying some of the questions is my contention that oral and visual stories during times of war are powerful forms of resistance, and that storytelling has the power as a source of healing and justice. As Devin Atallah writes, decolonial love can be a passageway towards knowing and towards finding a community of resistance. I draw here on Sarah Ihmoud's consideration of decolonial love as a liberatory method that sharpens Palestinian capacity to enact revolutionary struggle, to build communities as sanctuaries that enable survival and transformation. I argue that Palestinian women's artistic productions under the genocide, which express a range from anger to grief, to pain, to hope, to uncertainty, to shock, to devastation, are part of a broader archive of Palestinian resistance and are deployed to survive within and struggle against the settler colonial state's violence and erasure. As decolonial love involves reclaiming cultural identity, reclaiming history, so the narratives of Palestinian women show how the various emotions expressed in their visual and oral narratives are essential for survival, for reconstruction of the self and of the community. The interviewees are Palestinian women who are still living in Gaza or Rafah, survival and suffering from constant displacement, or those who have been recently displaced outside Palestine, and those in the West Bank. I conducted 10 interviews, 5 with artists in the West Bank last year, 3 in Gaza, and 2 who managed to leave Gaza in 2024. I will focus here on the three Gaza. I used open-ended questions, allowing the narrators to inquire about the logic of the article and about me. I started corresponding with them in June 2025, but the interviews were only completed by the end of August because this period witnessed an intensification of the bombardment, the imposed starvation, and total blocking of aid. It took us a while to decide on the suitable channel of communication. Zoom was out of the question, and we settled on voice messages on WhatsApp, given their limited access to the internet and for many other reasons that I just mentioned, like the fact that they're intense and so on. The first artist is Azza Hassan al-Sheikh Ahmed. She's a Palestinian visual artist and educational expert. Her original town is Al-Majdal, from where her ancestors were displaced. She was born in Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip. She holds a BA in art education in Gaza, 2002, in addition to a master's degree in curricula and teaching methods. Azza participated in many exhibitions and won many prizes in Palestine and abroad. Fatma Abu Ouda, born in Gaza in Al-Shati refugee camp, received her BA in art education, working as a teacher since 2007 in UNRWA schools. And ever since the war started, she started working in food distribution centers. She's a wife and mother of 4 boys and 2 girls. She has works in the different fields of art, sculpture, ceramics, painting, and drawing. The third artist, she graduated from the Faculty of Art Education in Gaza, worked while studying in the university to be able to cover her own expenses. Her family came originally from Jaffa, from where they were displaced. She made her first work of art in 2005. She gave courses to children and training and empowering women. Now, certain themes recurred in their stories, and I would like to delve into those themes with you. First, displacement, of course. All three artists were multiply displaced. Fatma was displaced 13 times. Azza was displaced 11 times. Fatma says, when the shelling area I was recently in, I had to leave to look for another place. 2 days ago, I walked 14 kilometers on foot, but I managed to find a safe place for my family. The destruction of Reem's home is an experience that wounded her deeply. My home is gone. My life savings are gone. My life is gone. The loss of my home and its destruction, I wish I can see it again. I wish I can smell it again. She became extremely depressed after this and struggled to heal from depression. In Azza's painting on the left, the female figure dressed in a manner that evokes celebration of cultural identity carries over her head the names of different cities and camps in Palestine: Jenin, Jabalia, Haifa, Gaza, thus resisting the colonial state's imposed power over these divided parts of one whole, as well as its replacing their original names with different ones as an attempt to erase their identity. The one on the right depicts two tired figures. One of them is Gaza, hugged by the other, evoking love of the homeland and clinging to it as a form of resisting displacement. Significantly, Azza gave it the title, I Love You, Gaza, and wrote underneath day 104 of the war at the bottom. Another issue is the effect of the genocide on them as artists. As Fatma was speaking about one of her paintings, which was part of an important exhibition that preceded the war, she said, unfortunately, all my paintings that were displayed in that exhibition are now under the rubble of the house. My house was hit. When you find that all these paintings that you worked so hard making are now under the rubble, my soul was in them. It's so painful. These paintings were my children. Another issue is practicing art without art tools. One of the main effects of the blockade on their art is the absence of art tools. They come up with innovative solutions to the absence of paper, paint, brushes, while Reem uses colored pencils instead of other professional paints. Fatma uses turmeric, red pepper paste, black pepper, and coffee. She even started making paint brushes from the locks of her own hair. She narrates an incident of how she started painting on Mahmoud Darwish's poetry book she had. I didn't have wood for fire, so I cut out some pages from Darwish's Diwan al-Madih al-Zill al-Ali and was about to burn them, but couldn't get my heart to do it. It then received acclaim in New York, Istanbul, and the different places it was exhibited in. Many asked to buy these printouts. She told me, significantly entitled, How Alone You Were. This is the one, and it's painted on Mahmoud Darwish, one of the pages in Mahmoud Darwish's book. The painting testifies to Fatma's resourcefulness in spite of the circumstances. The painting surrounds Darwish's poetry with a collage of faces looking distressed, carrying a sack over his back, and half-destroyed buildings, as if it's giving us a glimpse into the devastation and its effect on Gazans, with the poet's words reflecting their dominant feeling toward what is befalling them. Another important issue in the interviews is the issue of how the war burden women carried. So when Fatma's tent was bombarded, her husband was wounded badly and lost his sight. Then she became the sole breadwinner and support of her family. Fatma explains that she, like most women in Gaza today, suffers from the lack of basic necessities for life. She tells me, no electricity, no gas, no internet, no clean water. Housework has become extremely tiring. She has to ignite a fire to cook, wash clothes manually. Her voice was clearly exhausted from work outside and inside the tent. Yet she doesn't surrender to the oppressiveness of these circumstances. She divides duties among her family members. So she tells me of the secrets of my success. Everyone has a role in the family and in the house. Each one has to be strong. If I leave myself to be possessed by grief, if I become broken, this will lead to the defeat of the family. Rima Rassi's painting, أمل تحت الركام, depicting in pencil a face amidst the destruction of Gaza, powerfully evokes the burdens laid on women's backs under these conditions. Another issue or theme that appeared in their interviews is loneliness and the sense of abandonment. Azza's painting, it's one and the next, entitled Don't Claim You Care, conveys her sadness and disappointment in the world that should help alleviate their suffering. The feelings of loneliness are reflected in the solitary female figure clutching her doll. The crows are hovering above her head on a barren, leafless corpse is lying behind her back. In the following one, she is all the above plus clutching her own body very tightly. Another issue that appeared in the interview or theme is that of in relation to abandonment, hunger. The sense of abandonment Azza feels is reflected in painting on hunger. For her, the two issues are tied, hunger and abandonment. She feels abandoned by a world that leaves her to starve. Azza's painting entitled One Spoon Is Not Enough, ملعقة واحدة بحوزتي في يوم الجوع, is a cry of anger and rage, which reflected her feelings at the time. Her feeling of rage is reflected on the woman Union flag shot in the chest while the worms have invaded her body and the crows have already eaten her hair, her brain, and her scalp, to the extent that she becomes threatening to the viewer.
الفترة الحالية الآن أنا صار لي فترة تقريبا يمكن إحنا الآن صار لنا 3 شهور 4 بدون أكل، يعني فيك تحكي شحيح جدا الأكل لدرجة يعني ممكن إحنا بنغمس خبزة صغيرة طول اليوم على شوية ملح. هذه الفترة أنا الآن ولا إشي ولا يعني أنا حتى الآن في الفترة هذه ما رسمت بتاتا وما كتبت بتاتا. أنا نفسي يعني مستفزة، يعني بطلع في الأوراق تبعتي نفسي أعمل أي إشي أدون هذا الإشي أو فيش مشاعر الآن، حاسة مشاعر متبلدة، بس يعني صار عندي حلم طعميني وبعدين اقتلني يعني مش مشكلة.
In relation to hunger, Fatma speaks about sharing food no matter how scarce it is and creating happiness and warmth within the family in spite of their state of extreme deprivation. Through love and mutual care, she turns her tent into what she calls the most beautiful palace on earth, as she calls it in a video she had sent me, and she had sent to the New York exhibition. I asked her how she makes the tent the most beautiful palace on earth, and this is how she responds.
خصوصا الواحد في ظل الظروف الراهنة ما فيش أي حدا يفضفض له بالكلمات أو العبارات، لأنه كل واحد ملهي وكل واحد همه كبير، فبلجأ للكتابة. في برضه سألتني كيف ممكن تحولي خيمتك إلى أجمل قصور الأرض؟ أنا ممكن بالود بالحب بيني وبين أفراد عائلتي بنحول لحظات الود والحب، لحظات اللي بنقضيها مع بعض، هذه بتخلي الخيمة بنتحدى الذباب، بنتحدى الحرارة الشديدة، بنتحدى البرد القارس في الليل. بنتحدى لما نوقد النار نتغلب نقول انه نخلص الحطب ما فيش شيء بنضطر اننا نجيب يعني ملابس نقطع الملابس ان وجدت النايلون كرتون اي شيء عشان نعمل كسب الشيء. انا يعني الود والمحبه التكافل إدارة العالم إلى بصورة صحيحة أيضا يعني أنا ممكن لو حبة شوكولاتة أقطعها كل حدا من أفراد الأسرة بياخذ سنتي واحد. أنا بعتبر هذا احتفال، هذا بعتبره تكافل ما بينهم. أيضا لما أوزع عليهم كل واحد طبق شوربة العدس هذا إنجاز. كاسة الشاي مع قطعة البسكوت هذا برضه إنجاز ونوع من الألفة. أي شيء بسيط هي صرنا نحول لشيء فرح.
Another issue is creative resistance or viewing their art as a tool of empowerment and resistance. Fatma says, after every explosion, every catastrophe that involves a relative, I go through a state of sadness, sobbing, I cannot get out of bed for 3 days. But I gather my strength to start drawing. So this is how she sees the empowering role of art in her life. She goes on, my paintings are like potions of strength, therapeutic potions that enable me to rise again and go on. She adds, I produce art under bombardment, under destruction. More than once the brush falls from my hand. At these times, something erupts inside me. I rebel against the reality of what we're facing. Under the war, I became closer to myself, to who I really am, more than I was at earlier times. Why? Because at a time when the cameraman, the reporter are targeted for showing the truth, I took a pledge upon myself to continue their mission through my paintings. Art not only helps the artists cope with the arouses in them a sense of defiance and a determination to fight through their creativity. Such a resistance can be seen in Fatma's painting. In Fatma's painting, where she remembers, documents, words, cries, and phrases used repeatedly since the beginning of the genocide by the Gazans. Words like and phrases like, I'd rather die a martyr than die hungry. They're all gone. No one is left. Who's willing to donate blood? The talks failed. There's a water car in the street. There's no connection. There's a new massacre. Mother, I'm hungry. Who has milk? The tanks are coming. It's as if Fatma is including in one image all her community's experiences of to her and her community's suffering. The female figure in this painting demonstrates agency as she raises her arm in defiance of all this and the prison bars representing the blockade imposed on Gaza. Another last issue is self-advancement under the genocide. Particularly Rima started producing wonderful art which earned her a reputation in Gaza and received international recognition. She worked incessantly, sharing her art on social media, and was followed by viewers inside the region and beyond. Her art was printed on t-shirts worn by global flotilla activists. A shop was created in New Zealand to sell printouts of her art, which was also printed on stationery, postcards, mugs. After she recovered from depression, she told herself, and this is what she told me, the war and these conditions are lasting long. Yet nothing is impossible. It's not the end of the world. I can produce paintings using new materials and new techniques. I recreated my love and ignited passion for art once again. Her self-advancement under the war is conveyed in her words, so I made such beautiful and expressive paintings that depicted the reality of war. I reflected the war's stages, the stage of pain, the stage of hope, of dreaming of peace, the end of the war, the end of the genocide, of the scream, of the love, of the freedom, when there was a ceasefire. Rima's painting here depicts the sadness of the figure, yet simultaneously conveys so much hope. And this is reflected in the vibrant colors Rima uses here, as well as in the rest of her paintings. And as the woman is carrying in her hands and above her head fish, which stands for rizq, a blessing and abundance. To conclude, in her exploration of her newly introduced concept, ashla'. Nadra Shalhoub Kevokian writes, the Arabic word ashla' refers to scattered body parts and dismembered flesh and bones. Ashla' concerns everyone in Gaza now. Centering ashla' unsettles the totalizing perception of annihilation by insisting on burials for the dead. It makes meaning out of the loving acts to collect and protect the scattered dead, to remember the dismembered. This description of ashla' can serve as a metaphor for the Palestinian women's visual and oral stories. By expressing their feelings of outrage, anger, pain, hope towards everything they went through, the loss, destruction of home, the constant threat of bombardment, the starvation, the blockade, they remember and depict in their art that which has been dismembered by the colonizer. In the face of destruction, they reconstruct and put together and harmonize what has been shattered by Israel's violence. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Amany Al-Sayyed, who's an instructor at AUB and now at Simon Fraser for the year. And the title of her talk is Between the Archive and the Self, Documenting My Father, Confronting My Palestinianness.
Organized. Hi, and thank you so much for being here. I want to thank the organizers. And since we're talking about love, in the name of love, I begin. So this project, Between the Archive and the Self, Documenting My Father, Confronting My Palestinianness, happened to me unannounced. And when history wants to happen, it doesn't take your permission. It comes and it changes your life. And this is exactly what happened. So 10 years ago, I was hired, like many of you, to work at AUB as an English teacher. So I come from composition, how to use language to tell a story. This is what I teach my AUB students and have been for over 10 years, and my office is right over there. But then one day when I came back, my Palestinian family members, again, like many of your stories, started to give me things that my father had sent them from Europe, Malta, and from Ghana as a broadcaster for Palestine. And he would send them sort of as letters that I am okay, my family is okay, and here's stuff that I'm doing. These items did not survive, only some of them did, and one of the many things that I was given was a tape, a 1-hour recorded tape of the radio station that he worked in, which was called Radio Mediterranean. So today, I'm going to focus on, this is part of a larger project that is cut up in 2 parts, material and immaterial. So the material part is the data and how I just historicize it, but the immaterial is how my process and how I confront telling the story and how I keep the sentence going without stopping. So let's begin. So the tape is dated 1983 and it's from Malta. Malta is an island situated right on top of North Africa and just below Europe. And when I was given this information, the first thing I wanted to decide is, what am I going to do with this material? And the first thing I wanted to do, like any child who's innocent and whose story is still being birthed, I decided I wanted to study my father and conclude that he's a hero, and I'm going to put him back in history. And that's what I decided, sort of in a nascent, kind of innocent way, that this is going to be my journey. And so I went on it to prove that my father was a hero. Here we go. So the first thing, Malta. So what was broadcasting like in Malta? What was the air like? Because I grew up in Malta for 12 years, and it's the place I learned how to love, place I learned how to swim, the place where I learned how to cook and make friends. But I had no idea what was going up in the air, and that's where my father lived, in the Sky Media. So I went and said, okay, let me study this. Well, Malta turned out to be not such an innocent place after all. I'll take you on a small journey. So in World War II, Britain used Malta as a radar station, establishing triangulation network to monitor enemy aircraft approaching the island. The data was sent to underground tunnels known as war rooms, from where the defense of Malta operated. These rooms were also used as part of the NATO operations headquarters in the Cold War until 1977. You can actually go and take a tour of this war museum, and you will be given access to enemy aircraft IDs, board indicators, and code words, aircraft models, and original artifacts. I actually was taken to this place as a child on a field trip by my school, and I really thought it was really cool. So therefore, Malta was very friendly with the British during World War II, actively supporting the Allied war effort. So it wasn't a forced presence or a forced relationship. But after the war, Britain's financial situation was strained, and it could no longer afford the same level of investment in Malta. So unemployment rates went up. The British military could no longer afford giving money to Malta. So Malta decided in the 60s that it's going to fight for and gain independence from British rule. And there's a broken heart over there, if you can see that. And the reason I put that is because it reminded me of Malta being sort of like this girl who marries for money, and then the guy goes poor, and then she says bye-bye kind of thing. So next relationship, right? So the next relationships were two. In 1983, which is the date of the tape that I have in that year, Malta joined the non-alignment movement, which was a set of, as you guys know, newly independent countries, largely from Africa and Asia, that did not want to align with either the US or the USSR, right? And these were sort of mostly from the global south. Then the other relationship that Malta decided to establish was with the European Commonwealth, so up north and down south. So up north, we had the European Commonwealth, and it was 56 sovereign states that kind of grouped together, and it aimed to prevent wars in Europe. So they created alliances of economic and political ties with each other to achieve that goal. So Malta, being geographically in the middle, created relationships with the European situation and with the global south situation. So this saturation on the ground showed up best when I studied the conversations extraterrestrially in the air. What was going on with the frequencies that were happening and the conversations and the information that was happening in the air? When I studied that, I understood more the power regime. So questions that came to mind: what nations in the Mediterranean bought radio stations during these years? How was Malta managing the radio frequencies, both for security and for cultural heritage? Why did Britain still own transmissions on the stations post-independence? So broadcasting in Malta was monopolized by the state. Only the state of Malta could tell you which station to run. It was monitored by a committee called the Malta Broadcasting Authority, which was not the government. It was separate from the government. And this authority was responsible for monitoring the conversations and the radio stations in the Mediterranean by all the Mediterranean countries that had stations. And it was quickly accused of being biased. So the authority, for example, in 1983 to 86, so 83 is the time when the cassette was recorded, it had no legal authority to do anything, but it still allowed stations to operate. And it kind of just did it whimsically. So enter the Middle East in Malta. The Radio Mediterranean, which is where my father worked, was funded by the Maltese and Algerian governments. It was not contracted by the authority, but the government allowed it to operate. Same thing with the Voice of Friendship and Solidarity, funded by Libya, only Libya, and it promoted the propaganda of Gaddafi's Green Book. And it was also contracted by the Broadcasting Authority, or not contracted, but the government allowed it to operate. Same thing with the Voice of the Mediterranean. It was purely funded by the Libyan and the Maltese joint efforts, and it was a shortwave frequency. Shortwave meant that it had very long reach beyond the Mediterranean, and it could bypass local censorship. So these activities, I call them states of the exception, where you're legal but you're not legal, and there's a whole bunch of chaos. In the scenario here, entered the Palestinian conversation. Here I have from the Archives of Malta. I'm sorry if it's too small, the font. It's the actual document that proves the agreement of cooperation in the field of information between the Republic of Malta and the Democratic and Popular Republic of Algeria. So when they got together, this is the actual document that says this is what they wanted to accomplish, and it says they wanted to build connections and ties of friendship and neighborly connections with each other, right? Also, what I found in the archives, the QSL card. So what happens is when one country transmitted to another country in the Mediterranean, they sent each other postcards to confirm receiving the transmission. And this postcard is from Italy, 1983, telling Radio Mediterranean, we received your transmissions. And this was also documented. So here I'm asking more questions as I'm going on this journey. What were they covering in 1983 on Radio Mediterranean? What were they talking about? What news did they cover? And how were they different from the other news mainstream stations? And how did they organize their programming? Well, it's interesting to note that Radio Mediterranean was modeled after the PBS, the Palestine Broadcasting Service in Palestine from 1936. The PBS was modeled itself after the BBC. This was during Mandate Palestine. PBS, that same year, was created in the year of the Great Revolt of Palestine. And that's when the farmers fought to drive out empire from Palestine. And Britain, through radio, through the PBS, promoted itself as in favor of independence in order to appease the farmers. So the Arabic section of the PBS was called Radio Al-Quds, and it was directed by Ibrahim Touqan, who actually was an Arabic language teacher right here at AUB. And he advocated for Arab nationalism and resistance against foreign colonialism. And he wanted all the broadcasts to be in Arabic. And quickly he was dismissed in 1940 for his thoughts because he was taken as being too traditional. So as I went on, this is my process now of writing, the evidence ended up to prove exactly what I wanted. Since my father was the Arabic director of Radio Mediterranean, and since my father was an Arabic teacher in Shweifet, and since my father published poems like Touqan, he must have been the Ibrahim Touqan of Malta, and I won. Done. So I was so happy. I was like, I proved my point. But unfortunately, narration grows way beyond your one's simplistic endeavors. And so there was more than poetry to my father. This is how the radio station was programmed in sections. And it was again modeled after the PBS, this time in Malta. They had part 1 global news, then they had Palestinian and Algerian folklore music. Then they had news from the Mediterranean region, all the countries in the Mediterranean. They had the weather, then the poetry, then there was news on the global south. There was interviews with Lebanese politicians, and then part 2 continued the interview. Part 3 had herbs and medicine and how to cure yourself, and that was the end of it. And that was the whole program. So Radio Mediterranean itself was medium wave. Medium wave means it only broadcasts to the Mediterranean. That's how it began. So it had an English section, which covered Netherlands and Poland and the UK. The Arabic covered Middle East and Global South, and the French, there's no record of where it covered. These are the things that came up in the interview. For example, there was a conference that took place in 1983 titled Solidarity with the Lebanese and Palestinian People. I found this poster in the Palestine Poster Project Archive, 1983, to prove that this thing happened and it was circulated. And بالعربي ادعموا النضال الشعبين الفلسطيني واللبناني. And you have the hands of being together, as you notice, and there's the gun and they're holding it together, and it kind of symbolizes this unity at a time when back home in Lebanon and on the borders there was the Sabra Shatila massacre happening, there was the PLO presence going on, and there was a lot of sectarianism and divide. But in Malta, this is what the conference wanted to achieve, which is a different vibe and a completely different conversation that they were having away from what was happening here. So the PLO and Lebanese left focused in this talk on anti-colonial and anti-Zionist thought. And the cassette covers my father interviewing members of this conference and what they thought about it. Okay, so it's basically it's my dad's voice introducing the event and saying that he's covering it, and he's saying that this is happening, right? So it's a documentation of its reality. Then the news covers, the Global South news covers the Palestinian perspective of the non-alignment movement and what was happening, not the Maltese perspective of it. So they cover what was happening, and this, what they covered is the event or the summit where the NAM countries were meeting. They were meeting in India. And so the reportage in this tape was covering what was happening in terms of its relationship to the aims of the Palestinian and the Lebanese people at the time. So for example, one of the tenets that were discussed was the immediate prohibition of the threat of use of nuclear weapons by all nuclear weapon states, and a comprehensive treaty banning the testing of nuclear weapons. So this was a thing that at the NAM they wanted to come to agreement with, that was covered in the news reportage. So going back to my writing process, as a writer, as someone who studies language and how to tell a story and how to push the sentence forward without the death of the author, here I am, and I'm being bombarded by all this information. And at this point, it wasn't just the tape. There were 3 novels that he had published that I had discovered and archived here with the help of Dr. Kaukab and Dr. Hannah at the GOHA, and other materials that were coming my way. And as the face tells you, this was the mood that I was in. As I confronted these overwhelming information frontiers, it felt like my voice lost its play. My writing lost direction. How did I end up here? My testimony lost this warm, fuzzy ability to be free and open. I no longer could describe the feeling of existing in a saturated atmosphere as a storyteller. So I took cues from my father, who describes the feeling of departure towards the unknown, under a sky saturated with bombs. I'll try to play it. سامحوني. يلا بس خليني أرجع. It embodies Palestine as a woman. And the narrator is saying, forgive me, I am leaving my home forced under a sky full of bombs. And the only thing that makes me survive is your eyes. And so this is sort of the poetic, you know, the Ibrahim Tuqan of Malta speaking, right? And the idea behind it is this embodiment of a disembodied Palestine that continues to inspire the exiled to keep building the story one word after another. So in the words of media expert Eva Horn, the atmosphere leaked between air and ground, and the entire story acquired a voluminous depth that must be treated as such. At this stage of my work, I learned to get comfortable with stories that bleed, to be combative about freedom yet warm and playful. I write and compose as a woman and daughter of a bleeding Palestinianness. I sit on an infinite spectrum of possibilities to frame my prose. My ear detects the quiet sound of pain. My writing is present and evolving with my people. Thank you.
Thank you for the panelists, and I think the floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Amany. Thank you all. Actually, it's not a question. It's to say that 1983 is an important date. In 1982, the PLO leadership had to leave Lebanon following the invasion of Lebanon and Beirut, and they, I think, spread out, especially in Tunis. And I don't know if that meant that also the role of Radio Mediterranean changed, or whether your father actually started in 1983 because actually was part of the leadership who left Lebanon. I don't know. But actually that's such an important political moment, and Sabra and Shatila also happened in 1982, not 80. So it was interesting that there is also this conference in Malta between the Lebanese left and the... So I don't know if you would need maybe to contextualize this 1983 tape also within that sort of epoch.
Hi, thank you for this panel. It was very informative. I have a question for Dr. Rania, and it's more about your positionality as a researcher doing this research. Because, I mean, as researchers, we're used to doing research after, not during. And I feel like with Gaza, it's such a intense framework to do research and like you were saying, like you started the research in June and then you didn't finish until August because, you know, the people you were talking to were displaced. So I'm just wondering like how that felt as a researcher to be in this position. Like, did it feel right? Did it feel wrong? Did you sometimes question the place or the timing of your research? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you for the panel. I have a curiosity for Maria. I really love this project, and one of the challenges I face when I do training in oral histories with grassroots organizations is to facilitate the mental shift from interviewing as a journalist and moving towards a proper oral history interview. Yeah. So how does it happen in the groups that you are, training, and how long does it take? Because in my experience, this takes a long time, and I'm not sure I'm always successful in doing that. So I'm looking for other examples.
Just a quick question to Dr. Rania. Are you still in touch with the artists, and are they okay?
I have to say I didn't have time to write about this in the presentation for your question first, but it wasn't like any other project or history project I was involved in, partly because, of course, this is happening as I interview them. But the elongation of the process, the fact that actually it took so long, and when I first communicated with them and sent them a message explaining what I'm doing, they weren't okay. So they told me we like what you're doing, we're interested, but now is not a good time when we feel better. So one of them, for example, she was suffering from malnutrition, and she actually contacted me like a month after. She told me, now the situation is so and so, I'm a little better, but I'm not ready to talk now. We can talk. I will just send me 2 questions, and this is how we proceeded. So I would send 2 WhatsApp questions and then wait until she is ready to respond. And then when she responds, I ask 2 other questions, comment on the point about if it felt right or wrong. It wasn't easy at all. It was like walking on eggshells. I felt guilty. I questioned what I'm doing all the time, because I always had this voice in my mind telling me, how can I be sensitive enough in the questions that I pose, given their situation? And I would record messages and delete them, and record and delete, and it was all the time like that. But what made me feel better as we proceeded is that they would tell me, oh, this is, we're enjoying what we're doing with you. We are happy that you care. So this actually sentence was repeated by all of them. We're happy that at least you care. I was worried all the time about, my government, whether it's doing enough and how they see that. But they all the time repeated the sentence, we're happy, at least you care, okay? The other point about whether we're in touch, yes, we are still in touch. They actually, if they have internet, because this is one of the issues, they would be watching us, because I gave them the link to this. I was told that it was live streamed, so they're watching. And one good thing about the elongation of the process is that we became friends. because they didn't respond immediately to the questions. So it was like all the time we were asking about each other. So how are you doing today? How's your health? And they would tell me, and then they would ask about me. I would tell them about my mother and my, things in my life. So we became friends, and I feel that I will not, this is something that's going to continue, the relationship.
Just quickly to answer the question, Dr. Sheikh, the station was created in the 70s, and my father came to continue that legacy, I think. And in the 1980, we moved to Malta from Berlin, and so the idea behind that is that the PLO office was there already, and the PLO office protected these radio stations in order to, of course, deliver the propaganda that it wanted to deliver. And that was the context where and how this started. When my father, the station closed in the 1993, exactly when we moved to Canada. So when my father left Malta, Radio Mediterranean and all of the radio for Palestine and the Global South, all of it stopped. And it had to do with funding, and it had to do with the government's turn towards the liberalization of the air, which meant that they will monitor more closely the air. So that was the context.
Thank you for your question. That's a very important question, because oftentimes in leading these workshops with people about teaching oral history, it was always like, rapid fire questions and, just interrupting the narrator while they're speaking. So it did take a lot of practice. We did differentiate between what oral history is as compared to what journalism is, in terms of the purpose of oral history, the purpose of journalism. But yeah, they're surrounded by journalism. So they, in many cases, especially with the younger students, they often were imitating people they saw on TV in the way they asked questions, even in the way they introduced themselves in the interview. So it took a lot of time to do that. But what we did is, when we had enough time, we always had practice interview sessions. So they would record each other, and then we would share the recordings with the whole group, and have kind of a group critique of, okay, maybe you're asking too fast, follow the narrator's lead. This is a narrator-centered kind of conversation experience. Don't stick to your list of questions. They're there for you to have a roadmap in your head, but if they're going in a certain direction, or they need to talk about this, let them go with that. Let them take their time, basically. So yeah, we would constantly emphasize that they need to, follow up questions, have the narrator be the one in charge, and they are the ones who are receiving, and respecting the silence as well. Try to count to 5 before you or let them think about the question that you're asking before you ask the second question or before you interrupt. So these are all. That was kind of probably the most difficult part, was differentiating that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this panel. It was very interesting. It was really good to hear all the mudakhalat. I remember when I was conducting, I was transcribing my interviews in writing, I used to get overwhelmed a lot. And I used to take a break and then go on my phone and try to take a break as well. And I used to see what's happening in Gaza, so it was also very overwhelming. And then I fell in this situation where I didn't know what to do. How do I take care of myself? So I'm wondering, what was your tool, especially working with Palestinians in an ongoing genocide? How did you take care of yourself as a researcher? What are the coping mechanisms that you adopted? Because I would love to do the same. And another question was is about the voice notes. So like the interviews are voice notes, right? So I'm wondering, how did you maneuver the fact that they are voice notes and they're not face-to-face interviews? Because there are certain things that are conveyed in each and not in one of them and not the other. And I wonder how like what was beneficial or not for the interviews to be a WhatsApp voice note. Thank you.
The effect of the interview on me definitely was overwhelming, and on them as well. So, but not all the time. So all the time. So sometimes they would tell me, "Oh, you reminded me when you sent me those paintings that I painted in the past," because I looked through their Instagram pages. I went back 5 years ago, their Facebook pages to study what they painted before and compare what changed, what new styles did they introduce, for example, their subject matter. So I would share those on WhatsApp and ask them as if I'm sitting with them. So I would compensate for the absence of a face-to-face interview with that. So I would ask a question and then tell her so this painting, I would post the painting on WhatsApp. The effect, to go back to the effect on me, I don't think there's anything that can be done about it, because it's not just the words of the narrators, but it's also what's happening all the time. So for the months of the interviews, I was depressed. I was immersed. I felt like I was pulled into what's happening, and I think it's natural, because we're all like that. We are immersed into what's happening. So, and in order to prepare the questions, I had to be up to date with what's happening. So I would follow the news and watch every video out there before, so that when I asked the question, I wouldn't hurt them by, revealing that I'm not aware that this is actually happening now. So I would follow what's happening, especially with the food and the food that was coming in. So are trucks coming in these days or not? Before I asked the question. So that depressed me, and the interview itself depressed me. But there were very bright moments when I felt that I'm doing something right by interviewing them at this time. They don't feel that I'm using them, for example, for my research, or that there's something positive for them as well. They feel good about that someone cares. This is what they said.
Hi, thank you for the interesting presentations. I had a question in mind since we started working on oral history in our own research projects. So since doing oral history is a political act, as was already mentioned before, we know also that language is a political tool as well. So I was wondering, out of curiosity maybe, or from the challenges that we encounter in our work as researchers, about how do you operate between staying authentic to the narratives of the people who are doing these oral history interviews, and the language they choose to tell their stories in, and this need, quote unquote, to translate these experiences for the content to be publishable or academic or whatever you want to call it. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with what is lost in translation? I don't know, maybe the main question is, who are we archiving or documenting for in the first place? So yeah, it's a question for anyone of you who would like to answer it.
Thank you so much to the panelists. That was really a fascinating and very moving panel. My question is to Rania. Thank you for this really moving and amazing talk. You mentioned Sarah Ahmoud's really fantastic article and her conceptualization of decolonial love, and I was wondering if I understood correctly, Ahmoud is talking about also something intangible, an affect-created decolonial love that's not necessarily necessarily representable in text or etc. It's an affect. So could you speak a little bit more where you see it in your own, or in the artist's work, maybe in the connection between you and your narrators? Where is the decolonial love? What is it?
Lebanon has produced a lot of filmographies and literature about the Civil War. I was curious to know how much of this literature and cinema is familiar to high school students, and how much you use it in your trainings?
Well, I mean, not my students, but in general, I think, yeah, there is quite a bit of cinema, especially and novels on the Civil War. But no, I mean, I guess you could say, you could do, let's say, like Ilyas al-Khoury's Gate of the Sun is very much based on conversations that he had. So we refer to them as possible, you know, outcomes of an oral history project. That these are forms of taking the material and using it for dissemination, for translation into, to go back to Chantal's question, to taking it out into the world, because as we all know, listening to oral histories is extremely time-consuming. You know, you can't sit and listen to 300 hours in a month, right? So how do we take these stories? How do we make them relevant to the context in which we are living? So we use them as examples, but we don't delve into them. Like, these are possible ways you could use oral history. It stimulates it stimulates so much creativity, whether in film, art, or literature. So yeah.
Just quickly on the point of language, of course, you know, my father and that population worked in Arabic, and I am working English. So I try to write my text where the reader recognizes themselves in it. Recognition is what I go for, so that when the reader lays eyes on my text, half of the story is already told, I don't have to say anything. And then the other half is research. So that's what I aim to do with my language. Yeah. Story.
Okay. So your question about the feelings and I think that the feelings that are the range of emotions that are expressed in the interviews and the paintings as well, the grief, the anger, the rage, the love, all these feelings, the hope. I think they are the tools of resistance. They are the way to resist. It's as if they are saying, we are here. These are our feelings. It's not just that we're just suffering and victims and that's it. And it's not just that we're suprahuman people who are resilient and tough and are not affected by the bombs that are falling on our heads. They're both. So the feelings and the emotions that are there, I think they are the tools of resistance, and they resist the colonial discourse.
And there is lunch, I think, now for an hour on the terrace, and then we reconvene at 1:45.
Okay, so hello everybody. I think we can start. I'm Dina Heshmat. I am the moderator for this last panel this afternoon. I'd like first to thank the organizers for a fascinating workshop and for the stimulating conversations and many inspiring presentations. So I'm very happy as well to witness the launch of the Gendering the Arab Archive volume, to which I contributed an article, so that this is something we will celebrate at 5 later on after this panel. So for now we are beginning with the last panel for this workshop, dealing with trauma, testimony, and archival ethics, and how to conduct oral history in times of war and genocide. So our first speaker for today is Sophie Richter-Devroe, who is an honorary associate professor at the European Center for Palestine Studies in Exeter. So Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and of course my first thanks go to the organizers of this fantastic conference. It's been really a very stimulating and enriching conversation and debate over the last 2 days, and I hope we can in this last panel continue. My paper takes you to the Naqab. I discuss an oral history project that I conducted with the Naqab Bedouin community in southern historic Palestine, and which I'm currently writing up in a monograph tentatively titled Palestine Embodied, Settler Colonialism and Native Resistance in the Naqab. As we've heard in the last days, women's oral history can challenge written, colonial, male-dominated, nationalist, hegemonic narratives by recuperating women's marginalized voices. But there are also limitations, and questions of the politics of representations are paramount. And I think this also became apparent in our discussion. Here in this presentation, I'm particularly concerned with the question of scholarly authority and epistemic violence, that fixing women's flexible oral and embodied knowledges in a very different format, that of the text, the written, the recorded, the archival necessarily entails. So I ask, how can we write, record, and archive women's oral histories without inscribing and essentializing them and the people who told them into linear histories and reductionist categories? How can a written text capture the silences, omissions, modifications, gestures, and performances that are integral parts of the embodied performance of narration and recital? And in a bigger question, can the epistemic worlds of orality and textuality at all be reconciled? So to illustrate, let me introduce you to two very different representations of this Palestinian community, the Bedouin of the Nakab. The first is an image of a museum, the Israeli Museum of Bedouin Culture, as it's called, in an Israeli settlement in the south, a kibbutz called Lahav. I think the image doesn't need much commenting. I will just contrast it to a song that I recorded just 5 kilometers away from that museum in a Bedouin township called Lakia. And I apologize for the audio. It's not so clear, but clear enough, I hope. So this song, which I, as I said, recorded just 5 kilometers away from the museum, tells of the Tiaha tribe and how they cultivated their lands from Ghazal al-Arish Urat, from Ghazal al-Arish and even further. Here, actual Palestinian Bedouin live and perform their cultures, rituals, and oral traditions in more ritualized settings, such as the wedding, but also in everyday situations. They are remembering, but also actualizing their past. How do these oral and embodied repertoires function? What do they achieve? And what representations of the colonized does the Israeli settler colonial regime employ in an institution such as the museum to cement its image as modernizing and civilizing regime? What histories, identities, politics, and knowledges can we read, or maybe better, see and listen through the body and the voice of the colonized, and what gets silenced in the written words and worlds of the museum, or the colonial museum, colonial archive? As we know, museums act as primary model of the cunning politics of recognition. Indigeneity is culturalized, exoticized, as we see here, emptied of its politics. It's shelved away behind the sterile vitrines of the museum and framed as a forgotten and extinct past ready for tourist consumptions. There are, of course, serious pitfalls to such a classic salvage approach to anthropology, oral history, or museum studies. As the picture of the museum here highlights, especially when contrasted with the lived tradition of the song, writing, recording, exhibiting, and archiving women's lives can also be an act of epistemic violence, freezing and erasing a community. This is a problem especially in Palestine, where the native population faces a powerful settler colonial regime that tries to erase lived indigenous presence on the land. So I think there's no doubt that there's a need to counter this Zionist historiography and representations of the Nakab and its people. The community of the Nakab Bedouin has undergone various waves of displacement and ethnic cleansing. In 1948, they were largely expelled to Gaza and surrounding West Bank, Jordan, and Egypt. The around 11,000 Nakab Bedouin who remained were forcibly moved into an enclosure zone in the northern Nakab region, where they were placed under military rule and needed permits to leave the enclosure zone. And then as of the mid-60s onwards, the Israeli state adopted a new policy, so-called sedentarization or modernization policy, moving them into 7 state-planned townships. Here you see one of them, Rahat. It's the biggest, 65,000 inhabitants. Today, around half of the Naqab Bedouin live in these townships. The other half live in so-called unrecognized villages, unrecognized because the Israeli state does not recognize them. They do not exist on the map, and they do not receive any infrastructural support. And they face demolitions on a very regular basis. So this historical knowledge of displacement, dispossession, and ethnic cleansing has rarely reached mainstream historiography. Surely not Zionist, but also Palestinian historiography only more recently, over the last decades or so, has in more depth engaged with the Naqab. There's no indigenous Naqab Bedouin archive, and the few testimonies and rituals that were recorded and written down were largely collected by Israeli anthropologists, government officials, military officials, etc. And they, of course, rely heavily on Orientalist exoticizing tropes, as you saw in this museum, eclipsing the political context of an ongoing Nakba and settler colonization. Women's oral and embodied narratives certainly provide important counter-narratives, and it's particularly in the songs and oral recitals that I heard these and listened to, had the chance to listen to these counter-narratives. Let me illustrate with one song. I have here the English translation, and I will comment on it. So this song very powerfully reminds of the Israeli military assault on the native Palestinian population in 1948. It references in Arabic the various places in all of historical Palestine, not just in the Naqab, many of which have now been renamed in Hebrew, many of which are now largely out of reach for Naqab Bedouin women. But the fact that women continue to sing the songs in weddings and other more everyday contexts shows that they maintain a very strong connections to places everywhere in Palestine, and surely not to the townships that they were forcibly moved into. They feel very intimately connected to the various urban, rural places in this social and political space of Palestine. Therefore, the song, I think, very strongly pushes back on the Israeli colonial divide and rule policy, on the attempt to fragment Palestinian community into Falahin and Madanin and Badu, but rather holds them together. For the Naqab Bedouin, these divisions do not exist. There's another Zionist representation that is very strong in the Zionist discourse of the Naqab Bedouin, and that is the Bedou as a rootless nomad. So a rootless nomad who roams the desert without any connections to the land, and therefore also can be at ease be removed and displaced. In a way, the rootless nomad is the ideal other for the settler colonizer to empty the land of the native population. Because they have no connection to the land, therefore no rights and claims on the land. But the Bedouin did own lands, this tribally and communally, and they cultivated them. This is not only proven in the archives, the British and Ottoman archives, where you can find the tabu and the land deeds, etc., but it's also very much alive in the songs and oral repertoire of women. So, for example, the song I opened with, Atiyaha Wazra wal-Aad min Ghazal al-Arish Ughat, highlights how this tribe was cultivating the lands. And here's another song that I think very powerfully shows the intimate connection many women have to their land, to the land. So we we understand from the lyrics of this song the deep connections that women have to the land, to the practice of harvesting, to the everyday life on the land, and to the wider ecology and life worlds that these activities created. What's interesting is that much of these counter-narratives, so the narratives that push back on the various Zionist stereotypes, were narrated to me not in regular speech, but largely through song and oral poetry. And this, I think, is because of two specific characteristics of the oral repertoire: their flexibility and their ambiguity. So Diana Taylor, a performance studies scholar, writes in her book, The Archive and the Repertoire, that it is because of the flexibility and the ambiguity of what she calls the repertoire, that is the oral and embodied traditions, the gestures, the performances, the dance recitals, etc., that colonial powers felt great discomfort with this repertoire. Oral poetry contains very specialized, highly specialized terms and languages. It's difficult to understand, and it's also flexible. It can be adapted in time and space. Oral and embodied traditions are live performances. You have to be there to be part of them, in fact. And they change from each audience, from each spectator and listener, from each context to the other. So, for example, I heard very often the same melody, the same poem with largely the same lyrics, but addressed to different political events or contexts. That they could be critiquing the atrocities carried out by the Ottoman, by the British, and the Israeli, but the song overall stayed the same. Only the end rhymes would change. You change from Moshe Dayan to Netanyahu, right? But the rest remains the same, depending on the political context you're in. So this makes oral traditions both harder to decipher for the colonizer, but also difficult to censor. It's evasive. And I think that this political function of orality highlights that archiving and writing down the oral narratives and embodied knowledges of the colonized is not necessarily a benevolent act of salvaging indigenous knowledges. In fact, the transferal of the spoken word to the written or recorded can mean establishing new hierarchies and can mean establishing hierarchies, a new authority and reference point, the written. It means constructing hierarchies, the written over the oral, the fixed, registered, and controllable over the flexible, elusive, and ambiguous. So in the context of an oral community, such as the Naka Bedouin, archiving women's lives might in fact be a violent act of making this community legible and governable in and to a system of Western colonial modernity through a tool, the text, that is largely inaccessible to them. Diana Taylor also critiques Western modernity's logocentrism, its obsession with the word as the locus of truth. She maintains that the repertoire, the oral, the embodied, the performed, not only contains, but also transmits and revives historical knowledge. So from here then, the question arises, what would it mean if, in the historiography of the Nakab and Palestine more broadly, we approach and learn history through the body and the voice rather than the written? What if we study gestures, performances, dance recitals, etc., as historical practices, as embodied ways of knowing and being in the world? In an interview in 2014, Khaled, a Rababa player, whose recital of a rich repertoire of oral traditions I had listened to, explained the importance of a living, embodied repertoire rather than the frozen archive to me in the following way. He said, if a human being has in his hands the rababa, the instrument that you see there, he has qiyam, morals, gallantry, noble-mindedness, self-worth. This is what distinguishes us, and we must look after it. Not just through photo albums, and that's it. This life must be with us. This culture should live and continue to develop and pass from generation to generation. It's something we're proud of. I think Khaled's words highlight that the body and the voice are crucial sides of history, memory, and politics, especially for the colonized. And I think I have time to let you hear him speak and play, join the performance. Yeah, it should be fine, just fine. Let's start with this Khaled.
تتعمر كمان وتمر من جيل لجيل، لأن اللي زي الحاجة بعد العمر الطويل لازم يمرر لأحفاده للأولاد الصغار، شيء اللي نعتز فيه.
Okay. I think it's important to highlight that these performances do not vanish. They're not finished when he stops singing, but they have a staying power. They're not ephemeral. They continue to be there. Bodies remember, and they don't just contain knowledge, they're a mode, a way of knowing. So performances in line with Diana Taylor would function as an episteme, as embodied systems of learning, teaching, storing, and also transmitting indigenous knowledge, memories, and life worlds. There's a dialogue here between the two singers, but everybody else present in the room also takes and is part. This argument that the body, the oral, the performed are foundational modes of knowing and being is a profoundly political argument. And Taylor very poignantly asks, whose memories, traditions, and claims to history disappear if performance practices are assumed to lack the staying power to transmit vital knowledges? This question is important also, and specifically in the case of the Nakab, where the settler colonial regime tries to eliminate the native, as per Patrick Wolf, not only materially, but also epistemically. And the mode of knowledge production used by the settler colonial regime to master this elimination of the native, this epistemic elimination, is the written, the recorded, implemented through centralized state-led institutions such as archives, museums, schools, and universities. Here, indigenous histories literally get written out, frozen in a dead past. So to sum up, as anthropologists and oral historians, etc., it's, I think, super important to think very carefully about the modalities of how we preserve, represent, and archive. Khaled stresses that he wants his culture to live. So the task for us is not simply to preserve, but how to preserve, how to make sure that these performances are revived and live on, that the knowledges and the wider epistemes, ecologies, and life worlds they sustain continue to live. As scholars and activists in solidarity with Palestine, we therefore, I think, must try to find ways to listen to and learn to think with the indigenous embodied non-written epistemes and ways of being in and telling the world. Because these epistemes, in their own very immediate and actualized way, are a challenge to the Israeli settler colonial epistemicide and erasure. They make alive, they bring alive in a very present way knowledges and histories. So Palestine then, and decolonization more broadly, is not only sustained and struggled for with the pen, it's also embodied and sung. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. So the floor is now to you, Caitlin. Caitlin Procter is a Marie Curie Research Fellow at the Center on Conflict Development and Peace Building at the Geneva Graduate Institute. So, yes. So it's 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
And wow, thank you, Sophie, for that incredibly rich introduction to our panel. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us at the end of 2 incredible days. I've learned so much from you all, and it's really been an honor to be here. So in this intervention, I want to try and talk about 2 things. The first is to explain what I think maybe makes sense to call an accidental archive that I've been working on over the last 2 years. It could also be called an emergency archive, perhaps. And I want to talk a little bit also about the ethics of this kind of oral history work that wasn't ever designed to be oral history work at all. And then I want to move to talking about where do we go from here and what archives of genocide, what archives of extreme violence of any kind can mean for future processes of justice and accountability, moving beyond sort of traditional high-level accountability mechanisms. So by way of introduction, I was very honored to live and work in Gaza between 2016 and 2020. I was there most fully between 2018 and 2020. I was working with UNRWA, and then I had a postdoctoral research fellowship at Harvard where I was working with Sarah Roy, and in that capacity had the opportunity to do field research in Gaza as well. And also last year I was on secondment from my academic post for the year working with UNRWA again on the humanitarian response. I call this an accidental archive because in no way was this project that I'm going to talk about today set up as an oral history project. It hasn't involved any interviewing at all. It's rather been about preserving information that I was receiving and information that was already being shared. Before I get into that any further, I would just say the contents of this accidental archive is deeply harrowing, as I'm sure you could all imagine. And I've decided not to read any of the extracts from it today. I know there are many Palestinians in the room and many others who are deeply connected to Gaza here, and it doesn't feel right for me to do that. I will talk a little bit about methods, but again, I honestly don't feel very comfortable as a British woman with a job in a European university talking about the challenges I faced in doing this research that I've chosen to take on. But I would point you all to a wonderful article, difficult article, but wonderful article written by Lara Albast, which was an essay published in the Journal for Palestine Studies, which is called The Genocide Lives in My Body. And that's about her experience of also being very closely connected to writers in Gaza over the last 2 years and kind of reading and rereading their testimonies. We had an event with the Institute for Palestine Studies a couple of weeks ago on archiving Gaza, where a number of different scholars who've been involved in different kinds of initiatives were sharing the work that they've been doing, which is also available online, and Lara talks about that article there. So, what is this archive that I'm talking about? So in October 2023, as I tried different ways of contacting friends and colleagues in Gaza by phone, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, I began to receive messages filled with details. Some of the messages gave accounts of which families had been killed in bombings, which areas had been targeted. Others detailed which schools turned into shelters were already full, where there might still be space. Others described whether or not there was electricity, which markets to try and reach, and others were more intimate, sharing a mixture of anticipation, fear, and confusion. Among friends and colleagues with children, conversations centered around what to do to try and help them understand what was happening and how, if at all, to keep them safe. With the agreement of those with whom I was in regular contact with, I began to collate these words over the days and weeks and months and years that followed. And this is what's grown into this accidental archive of everyday life during genocide in Gaza, preserving words shared by friends and colleagues and others who've come to know about this project. Some of the contributors have written almost daily, others less frequently, and some share very long texts and others just a few lines. Some are via voice note, but many more are written. And as of now, the archive accounts to over 500,000 words of testimony in Arabic and English that I've anonymized and have secured on a secure server. So it holds accounts of daily life under genocide from a broad spectrum of individual standpoints. There's 30 people who've contributed regularly, there's 45 who've contributed in total. And what I hope this does is to preserve some details that might otherwise be sidelined by history. Now, the astounding courage of Palestinian journalists risking their lives daily to record the devastation wrought upon them means that there will be no shortage of documentation of what has happened. And what I've done is just one of many, many individual efforts. We've already heard about Rania's work that have been underway over the last 2 years. In Saniyat, the Association for Palestinian Anthropologists have also been documenting transcriptions of text messages or WhatsApp messages among family members. IPS have been doing the same, and there are really important conversations happening now around if and what to do with all of these different archives that have sort of emerged during this time, and happy to come back to that in the Q&A. The stories within the archive that I've built depict diverse community responses to mass violence and displacement alongside aspects of survival and family life, collectively producing an understanding of what I've framed here, the social condition of genocide. Many narrate the early days and weeks of bombardment and agonizing decisions over whether to stay at home or to follow Israeli military orders to move south of Wadi Gaza. They detail the horror of those initial displacements, the violence of the journey south, and the reality of facing death in every direction and confronting daily the likelihood that one would not survive until evening, or nightly the idea that one would not wake up tomorrow. Others explain finding ways to survive with the lack of available water, methods of distilling and storing seawater for washing and drinking, and how these alter both the daily routines of family life as well as roles within the family, both gender roles and the relevant roles of children, particularly as parents were killed and the responsibilities within extended family networks grew exponentially. Often accounts are shared with a date days before I received them, as contributors wrote what they were experiencing in real time without the possibility of sending anything because there was no internet connection. So often I would get messages weeks after the point in time that they were documenting. Many reflect on access to information within and beyond Gaza. So very often people would actually be asking me for information about what was happening, or they would share that they only knew what was happening in other parts of Gaza because friends in Ramallah had told them and what they'd seen on the news. Being so disconnected from loved ones, friends, and colleagues, as well as the rest of the world, others reflected the deep psychological toll of continually trying to seek protection from something that it was impossible to seek protection from, and the exhaustion of simply moving from one day to the next. With the painful irony, others described being on the receiving end of social media during a genocide, with Facebook sending them memories of the year before and the year before that, with photos in their homes and of friends and family now killed. Different accounts have frequently referred to the impossibility of finding anywhere to sleep. Slowly, many describe being forcibly displaced to Rafah, then away from Rafah, returning north, only to move south again, always with the impossibility of finding a place to shelter, and the conversation sort of moved from the search for apartments to the search for materials for a tent to the search for a place in which one could put a tent because the areas for putting up tents had become so crowded. Those who stayed in the north facing starvation document their struggle to survive on weeds and animal food. Among many families, stories tell of the tremendous tension facing whether to, and this was before May 2024 when Rafah was closed, but the tension facing whether to try and fundraise enough money to leave Gaza and cross the border or to stay. Many shared strategies for sleeping, separating family members to increase chances of survival or staying together. The accounts gathered now over more than 2 years document these efforts to survive amid the changing seasons, the rains, the fear for coming winters having fled home in a rush, or the unaffordability of winter clothes, Ramadan during genocide, fears over the summer heat, the continued lack of water, a return to winter again, many in worse conditions than the year previously, and even more so this year. A number of contributors, and this is by nature of my age and my social group in Gaza, a number of the contributors are mothers of small children, many of whom actually gave birth in late 2023, so were facing raising their babies in the early days of the genocide. And so what they've documented over the last 2 years is really efforts of, witnessing the sort of developmental changes that that genocide has wrought upon their babies in these early years of life. Beyond day-to-day survival, although a lot of the last 2 years, frankly, has just been about day-to-day survival, these testimonies, these words, they also tell us a lot about how people continue to live amidst such horror. They talk a lot about day-to-day life. They also talk about the pursuit of life projects, of ambitions, of relationships, of hopes to get married, of aspirations to have children, of professional aspirations, of ideas for continuing education. And although overwhelmingly there's a sense of hopelessness and loss and anger amid what's been shared, there are also accounts of hope, and without wanting to romanticize that at all, there are many stories of how people planted in the small areas around their tents in order to continue eating, about the small joys of finding wildflowers growing in the areas where their tents were, and in particular the solace that many found in the sea during the last 2 years. And I break with what I said about not reading you anything. I will read one poem that was written by one of these contributors. Her name is Amal Abu Mailek, and she wrote this poem in English, and I will read it to you in English. It's called The Sea. We came to the sea unwillingly, we came longingly, we came lost. We came because all roads lead to it and to nothing else. Gaza has nothing left but its sea, the only constant, untouched by occupation, unbroken, unbetrayed. Our sea is our second home, the home that was never destroyed and never can be. It's the refuge of those fleeing death from the east, our window to a world we imagine, not the world we live in. This is Gaza's sea and nothing else. I want to turn then in the remaining part of this presentation to what this is for, what it can do. I mean, we've just had a really rich discussion from Sophie about the power of orality and audio recording, and we've been talking a lot about that, and also in the last few days, all of the nuance that you get from oral history interviews. We heard also from the interviews that Rania had done in Gaza earlier. The vast majority of what's in this archive is written. It was text messages or Facebook or any other kind of messages. It was the method that I was already in touch with these friends and colleagues. But I think, well, already this database has been used by a number of humanitarian and human rights organizations, particularly at the beginning of the genocide. A number of NGOs, but also colleagues within UNRWA. A number of organizations sort of lost touch with their teams in Gaza as people were being displaced, and there were so many communication internet blackouts at the beginning. And with the database, I was able to some extent to sort of connect people who had information to people who were doing sort of response planning at that time. It's also been used by organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch and the OHCHR to connect people who are able to give evidence on certain kinds of war crimes or human rights violations that are being pursued through sort of high-level accountability mechanisms. But I think the problem with all of this, and it, in a sense, it comes back a little bit to Katrina's presentation yesterday, and just talking about recording only the violence of war or genocide. Focusing only on these moments of extreme violence or these kind of predetermined war crimes or predetermined human rights violations, it's missing so much. It misses so much of the kind of texture of the everyday life. and all of the harms that have been done that we don't really, you know, we can document rape, we can document detention, we can document kidnapping, we can document bombings, all of these sort of high-level issues or areas, but all of that lacks a lot of nuance or subtlety or any attention to the kind of changing social, the changes in social roles that have taken place as a result of this. And it's interesting because, thank you, you know, I think there's still this very pervasive emphasis in high-level, emphasis on high-level accountability mechanisms in the aftermath of conflict and war in any context globally, and there's this kind of focus on the rule of law after conflict, despite the fact that there's actually very rich evidence from all over the world that, you know, the meaning of justice in communities that have experienced extreme violence varies dramatically. Within transitional justice studies as a field, there's also a very critical literature that insists on the endurance of violations against communities that need to be accounted for. It's not just about this period in time, and in Gaza no more than anywhere else. I mean, it's not just about what's happened in the last 2 years, and it's also vital to be able to contextualize what's happened to people in the last 2 years in their much longer history of violence and dispossession. So there's a need to attend to these kind of, to more vernacular framings of justice, perhaps, that emerge through understanding what's happened in people's day-to-day lives of this horror. Again, not to kind of romanticize it or to think that there could be, none of this is to take away from the importance of pursuing high-level accountability mechanisms. We absolutely must, but it's just to say that those mechanisms may not carry any meaning or may carry limited meaning to sort of speak to the extent of violence that people have endured. And in anthropology, there's some really interesting literature around, for example, the refusal of communities to engage with justice mechanisms, or ambivalence towards formal justice mechanisms, or indeed the possibility that communities experience irreconciliation, and it's actually not possible to have accountability for what's done when what's done has been so grave. Again, none of this is to say that we mustn't try and seek justice and accountability, and I think and hope that these archives, this one and the many others that have been built during the last 2 years, can make a contribution there. But I think another contribution, or at least a space we should try and hold academically, is to think in a more nuanced way around the kinds of accountability that might come to have meaning for people who have endured this genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. We turn now to Dima Kaedbey, who is director of the Knowledge Workshop. So it's a Beirut-based organization, a Beirut-based feminist organization, and Dima has a PhD in women's gender and sexuality studies from Ohio State University, and so your oral history is working with feminist friends that you have lost. So how to conduct oral histories while mourning, in a sense.
First of all, it's so good to be here. Mabruk to all the organizers. It's beautiful coming together. Such, so interesting, so deep and loving, and really good people and really good conversations. So and so great to see the archive, also the oral history is finally out. So yeah, Mabruk, and really happy to be here. Yeah, my paper today is on oral histories and legacies, or archives of loss and legacies. Actually, when I started to work on this presentation, I remember that my first interest in oral history and women's oral history was around 12 years ago, maybe a bit more. I was in the US and I lived close to a family of 2 sisters and their mother. And I would sit at their kitchen table and hear the stories, especially of the mother who had lived the Civil War here and emigrated to the US, and her life as a working class woman in the US. So that's when I think I paid attention to how much I was craving these stories in that intimate setting. But I think one particular moment for me, because this is a paper around death and loss, so one particular moment when one of the sisters was saying that she went to see a medium, and she was telling us how when she was stepping out of that car to the medium, going to the medium's place, she was like, the women in my family are so loud. If this woman doesn't hear them, she's a sham. And so she walks in, and the first thing the medium tells her when she sees her was like, damn, your people are so loud. So it's like, you know, those, that moment. And that kind of moment where the stories that are often told by women around mediums sort of pushes the limit of what is valid and valued even among us feminists. So yeah, I think I'm just interested in that whole range of experiences, from the physical and material and everything, and to the beyond the corporeal. And that's where these kind of things is where the power of oral history really comes out beautifully, even like more than writing maybe sometimes. But my intervention today actually is not about ghosts or huntings. I'm very aware of the scholarly, some of the scholarly and cultural work around hauntings of the archives. My intervention today is more around practicality of oral history, when it takes death and loss at its center. And trying to turn it from an archive of loss to an archive of legacy. So I will be addressing today some of the ethical and political questions when conducting such an oral history project, which mostly takes me into disrupting iconization, because that's one of the bigger challenges too. And I hope I'll have time to spend a little time on reflecting on utilizing archives. Thinking about archiving and mobilizing the archive becomes part of thinking on a longer term basis about how to sustain the legacy of feminist movements. So I addressed that tension between building an archive and utilizing it. So you will notice, I think, throughout as I speak about our process, that at every turn, practicality becomes key. So it becomes like an art of practicality rooted in ethical and care-based relations, which is what I would like to think we practiced when we were trying to capture the ghost and the absences, and to see our project to the finish line. So it's this practicality and the need to mobilize the stories that one of the things that turn it from an archive of loss to an archive around legacies as well. So yeah, just because I'm talking about the Knowledge Workshop, a feminist organization based in Beirut, and the book, the third book we put out, it's called في رفقة الفقدان, تاريخ الشفوي والإرث النسوي. In English, it would be In the Company of Loss, Oral History and Feminist Legacies. I will say more about the book in a minute, but in short, this book uses oral history to remember feminists who are no longer with us. And so this project brought up for us the usual questions when we do any oral history project, questions around inclusivity, how to best give agency to the storytellers. There's something about how to balance practicality and deadlines with processes of care and recognizing people's different pace of work and levels of being able to function during difficult periods. But it also poked us with questions around documenting stories of people who have died. So we started working on In the Company of Loss in 2022 and finished in early 2023. And the idea behind it was to remember feminists who have passed away as an example of how we can acknowledge and build on the work of those who came before us. The plan was for researchers to conduct oral history interviews around maybe 2 or 3 feminists who are no longer living. They would talk to friends, family members, colleagues, and people who were impacted by this feminist work. And they would write a paper reflecting on the interviews and the process. And in the book, we put out some of the oral histories as well as the reflection papers. And yeah, there's no doubt, like, because we were working on it in 2022, 2023, the book was inspired by a climate of overwhelming transitions and violent losses that we were living in Lebanon since at least 2020. And we needed to grapple with these changes politically. So it wasn't just about making space for mourning in our lives and in our movements, but it was also about recognizing the inevitability of change and how to still be able to continue and sustain a movement despite the upheavals and despite the losses. And so we thought about many feminists. We thought about people like Wadad Shakhtoura, Anisa Najjar, the big names. And I remember we always wanted to include Nadine Jouni. And Nadine Jouni was a young vocal feminist who especially worked on women's rights, countering the religious laws that denies women, mothers, custody of their children. So in the end, we landed on the two feminists, Nadine Jouni, who had died in 2019, and Atal Adnan, who had died a year or so before we started working on the book. And that brings me to my first political question that we asked ourselves before we even asked, anyone even asked us. And people also still asked us, but the question was, why these two people? Why these two? Why Atal and Nadine, of all people? And that's a constant question. And I feel like when we're working on archiving, we want to be as inclusive as possible, and it feels like a losing battle sometimes. How to be inclusive of everyone we want it to be. We especially recognize that Atal was a well-known figure internationally, who had enjoyed access to resources and social capital. So, of course, we could have highlighted a local, lesser-known feminist. Nadine Jouni, on the other hand, was from a different socioeconomic background, and she had died, she was in her 20s when she died. But the question in all cases, and I think maybe even for both of them, why them? And the response for us was sheepishly practical. Death reminds us of people we forget to remember. And we wrote in the introduction, if Atal Adnan had not so recently died, the researcher, Narod Sarojyan, may not have remembered to choose her as the leading figure in her research. And the question of why Atal became a why not Atal. Her story and the histories she carries could help us bring different aspects to light when we talk about her, from the subject of exile and migration and belonging to sexuality, to women in the art scene in Lebanon across different periods. So that's one way where one story could regenerate into other stories. The second question we faced was an ethical question of doing oral history, of course, with people who are no longer with us, who can't correct assumptions we may have. And on the flip side of that is how to not fall into eulogizing and exceptionalizing and iconizing people. And here too, the way we dealt with it was a sort of feminist practicality that combines compassion and recognizing how and why things are as they are. Importantly for us, we wanted the interviews to be about the person in front of us, the person who remained, rather than just the person who was absent. Or both of them, so the memories of the person who are absent, but really also not forgetting that this person who is in front of us has a whole life too. But that was easier said than done when we are centering in the project someone who has died. That was especially the case, for example, when researcher Fatima Fuad interviewed Nadine Jouni's sister, Nada. When you read the interview in the book, it is mostly about Nadine. As sisters, of course, their lives are so enmeshed, so you get bits of where and how they grew up, as Nada is remembering her deceased sister and her life with her. But still at the center is Nadine, as a sister, as a mother and daughter, as a student, as an activist, and all in all, as an exceptional person. And this is understandable. Nada is the person who knew Nadine the most. So, of course, the researcher would ask the most questions about her than asking anyone else, probably. But there's also, of course, the fact that Nada's sense of loss is too overwhelming, and her deceased sister is still a big presence in her life. Nada says in the interview that after her sister died, also followed very quickly by the death of her mother from cancer, حرفياً وقفت ذاكرتي. Literally, my memory stopped. And she said that this was the first time she was talking about their childhood since the accident that killed Nadine. And you hear that from all of Nadine's friends, that they still had not recovered. And by then, it was around 3 years later. And that, of course, brings up the important ethical consideration in a project, in such a project dealing with death, that when we're doing oral histories with people who are carrying a raw wound, there might be harm done in just opening it and having people talk about it and then leaving. On the other hand, when Nadine's friend Nihaya was being interviewed, there was, of course, the sadness of loss. There was a lot about Nadine and how they knew each other as friends, but it was also about Nihaya's trajectory, Nihaya's life. She had her own interesting life stories. So there's always the risk that an oral history interview of someone who has died recently can become like an extended eulogy and start to iconize a person. And I'm particularly focusing on two aspects of iconizing someone, that their flaws and failures and contradictions are erased to make them to someone larger than life. But it also can show when someone's accomplishments are described as something they've done on their own without a support system. So sometimes, like, an activist becomes encapsulating of a whole movement. And admittedly, when Nada was talking about her sister Nadine, it may be interpreted that, you know, she was iconizing her sister. Again, understandable. And Nadine was a very special person. But also when a scholar is talking about how Abdel influenced her and her use of language, there is also maybe interpreted as something like iconization. So in the interview, we give space for that if it needs to come out. But then in the multiple perspectives we listen to and in reflecting on the interviews, we can break some of that iconization. And there were ways where, you know, people were humanized, like when Nadine, or when Nada was asked about Nadine, and she talked about how she cries, how she fights, how she cooks. When Nawal Trabulsi was talking about Abdel, and she mentioned the last days of her life and her suffering in her body, that was painful to read and hear, and I'm sure painful for her friend to experience, but there's something there that really humanizes this, what might be an icon of an artist. Yeah, to end just quickly, because I only have 5 minutes left, there was something that's raised around building an archive and utilizing an archive. My friend, who's an archivist and filmmaker, Chantal Partamian, made an observation some months ago when we were at a gathering of feminist and queer groups who work on archiving in the region, that we were both building an archive and utilizing it at the same time. And for her as an archivist, that's weird. Like, building an archive is, you know, collecting the material, classifying them, and in many cases you may not use them, or people use them later in life. For us, we always had that urgency to be doing both at the same time, and we could see how, because of our context, because we are entangled also in capitalist funding-based sometimes systems that want to see outputs, and because I think we come from a background of activism where we also are eager to document the stories. There's an urgency in documentation, but there's an urgency in using them and making sure they're out there and accessible and alive. And so that's a very interesting for me, attention that in reflecting of how we both build an archive and utilize it at the same time for the sake of what I would like to think is building the legacy of a feminist movement and ensuring that there's something tangible out there that people can use, and that these stories can regenerate into other stories. So yeah, I think I can end here and leave the space for questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dima. So now we turn to the Dima who's online. أهلا وسهلا Dima Al Munajed, who is أهلا. Dima Al Munajed has a PhD in development studies from the University of Bonn in 2025, so very recent. And so the floor is yours, Dima.
I planned a sort of different presentation for today, but after listening in from Bonn to your talks, I feel like it's a very safe space to talk about the personal sides of our projects and how they influence what we do and why we do what we do. And this thesis, the topic of my dissertation, was really the result of a very personal experience of being a Syrian woman, having to leave Damascus in 2011 because of and being a part of the development sector before working and then sort of like feeling absolutely useless, wanting to contribute, wanting to do something, and deciding to sort of develop my capabilities through education for what comes after, for now, really, for the post-conflict, if we can consider it a post-conflict situation at the moment. That's still kind of questionable. But what happened was that I really, as someone that was like involved in civil society before the conflict, I really believed in the sector, and I really believed that it would have a big role to play in the future of Syria after the war ended. And I really wanted to know what was happening to women in the sector, what was happening to their participation. I was aware of some of the limitations overall in 2010 at the time. And I wanted to know what the experience of being displaced in Lebanon and in Turkey had on Syrian women that were active in the civil society sector and different types of organizations, Lebanese organizations, international organizations, Syrian organizations. So I started my PhD in 2017. And I conducted my research in 2018, and I interviewed about 80 people in both Lebanon and Turkey. It was a qualitative research. I did the interviews myself, and from this group, there were about, I think, 13 experts who were researchers and academics working on Syrian refugees in these areas, and the rest were all people that were working in the organizations. Most of them were Syrian, and I think about 40 of them were Syrian women. And I also interviewed Syrian men. So today, I want to talk to you about the challenges that we face as researchers, as historians, when we're processing and handling all of these, interviews, these experiences. How do we process these stories in a way that we highlight the violence, the what's going on, because we need to show, the vulnerabilities and the violence, but at the same time, we don't want to result in a narrative that essentially like homogenizes the entire group. So we're talking about Syrian women, we're talking about 12 million people, you know, so how do we, how can we be careful when we talk about this category, the category of Syrian women or refugee Syrian women? How do we describe them, and how do we try to depict what's going on with them without victimizing them? And so why does this matter? I want to show you like these examples very quickly. And these are the sort of examples that would, like, as you can imagine, make me, as a Syrian woman, feel very, very upset when I would read these, this sort of, you know, discourse in grey literature, in academic literature. And the first one, the first quote, is used to describe why Syrian women were victims of early marriage, child marriage in Lebanon, and why Arab men were willing to pay $10,000 to marry them. And like you see, Syrian women are not only beautiful, but apparently much more obedient than Arab women. And again, like you listen to this, you know, this discourse, and it's repeated in other ways again and again. And you see this category, this homogenizing category of Syrian women. They're being objectified, sexualized, represented in a way that is, you know, that they're weak, that they're powerless. See the images, like the images itself of the book. That the first quote comes from that book. No refuge for women. The tragic fate of Syrian refugees, and like. It goes on and on and on. And like you, for me, as also someone that was working in the development sector, I know how important these type of reports are, and that they're usually the basis of programs that are going to be designed to support women in conflict situations. And can you imagine what kinds of programs are being designed when this is the narrative? It's not a program that is working with partners. It's a program that's designed to help women that are in like, you know, victimized and powerless and not really partners. And they focus most of these narratives on very limited categories. So gender, and gender is always a disadvantage, and it's a reason why they're being victimized. Their nationality and refugee status, sometimes social class, and that's more or less, you know, the narrative. And often they're based on qualitative studies with, you know, not a lot of interviews. Like the one in the middle, this one in the middle, is based on 5 interviews with Syrian women, and you know, like they're described, you know, as dependent and suffering from despair and. So I'm just going to try and, yeah. So I would like to talk about 3 concepts that really helped me theoretically and methodologically capture a different perspective in my own research. And the first is the concept of situated knowledges by Haraway. And it's an old concept, it's not a new one. But it's very simple, and I find very powerful if you really try to practice it properly. And it's based on it basically says that, you know, you can't be 100% objective. There is no 100% objective reality, but you can achieve a partial objectivity when you're doing research if you situate your knowledge. And how do you do that? It's more or less based on 3 pillars. And the first is through practicing self-reflexivity and self-definition. And here really it's about not just, you know, coming up with the you know, the markers that you think define yourself. So, you know, educated, so-and-so social class, not that, but just really reflecting on what that means. So if you are in a position of privilege, to what extent can you really understand what your interview participant is telling you when they come from a different background? How can you analyze their thought process, the decisions that they're making, without judging them based on your own, experience. And this would like come up during the interviews a lot when I would like talk to someone, usually someone from with a high level of education and from an upper class, and they would describe problems like problems that were among like Syrian refugee communities, like child marriage, or like forcing children to work in the streets instead of sending them to school. And you would get explanations like, yeah, well, a lot of these Syrians come from rural areas, and this is a rural practice of, having a lot of children and then, sending them out into the field to work. And this is what they're doing here. They're sending them out to the street. And like it becomes easy to arrive at that type of explanation and ignore the living conditions in which these families live, taking into consideration that both research locations where I conducted my research did not acknowledge the refugee status of Syrian refugees. In Lebanon and Turkey, they're not acknowledged. They receive very limited financial support or any kinds of support. And in Lebanon, the situation is far worse than it was in Turkey. And Turkey, even if Syrians can work, they often work informally, and they receive half the salary that a Turkish national would receive. So like instead of thinking, well, maybe everyone in the family has to work, otherwise this family doesn't survive, the explanation is, cultural. It's somehow like blaming the refugee. It's part of their culture, it's part of their urban, or their rural background. It's because, again, they're beautiful, women are beautiful and obedient, they have they're used to, having this culture where they accept certain situations, etc., etc. The second pillar is really looking at the context. So you have to sort of narrow down your research to that, I'm looking at this very specific context, and my findings do not represent the entire group. They represent the group of women that I spoke to in this specific context. And when you reflect on the historical, the political, the sexual, the cultural dimensions of your context, that helps you understand what's being said. So for example, that helps you come up with the argument that I just made, that, maybe it's not about the culture, it's about the actual living conditions that are a bigger part of the picture. And the third pillar is that the objects of the research, they're actors and they're agents. You engage with them in a discussion. It's not an interview, it's a discussion among equals in a way. And we're both trying to understand a situation together. I really like this quote that Haraway makes, and she says that feminist objectivity makes room for surprises and ironies at the heart of all knowledge production. And that's exactly what happened with me in my research. And I'll show you in a bit that I was able to, in the end, uncover findings that were surprising to me and were different than the most of the narratives that was being produced at the time. A second concept that was useful was intersectionality, but not just the concept. It was how we use the concept. And in my case, I adopted two sort of like I had two main things in mind when I used it. And the first was I wanted to use it inductively. So I did not start with predetermined categories that I wanted to investigate. I didn't start my research saying that, okay, I want to look at how gender and nationality and religion, for example, limit Syrian women's ability to participate in civil society organizations in Lebanon and Turkey. That wasn't the logic that I started with. I wanted the interviews to uncover all of the factors that were influencing their participation. And not only negatively, because like intersectionality is not just about exclusion, it's also about situations where different identity markers intersect together to put you in a position of power, privilege, or to put you in another position where you are the one that's being excluded or at disadvantage. So really these factors, they work in different ways in different situations, and having that in mind, working with that fluidity really helps you uncover a lot of different aspects of, you know, the whole picture. And that's why if you look at the little diagram, in my research, I was able to uncover how all of these different factors intersect and affect women's participation in different ways in each context, and not just, you know, stick to the usual three suspects. And like you find some markers like the urban-rural difference, in like it really came out as relevant in my research, and it's often not mentioned in other intersectional studies in Syrian women during this period. A third concept that I found useful as well was the concept of multiple critique that Miriam Cook uses to study Arab Islamic feminists' writings and their activism. And I found this in particular useful because I interviewed a group of Syrian women that were working in Islamic organizations. And I think with conventional concepts, it can be a little bit difficult or challenging to capture the ways in which they are resisting discrimination and or like to capture, you know, their activism within the framework of Islam. It can be quite challenging. And this concept, Miriam Cook's concept, really helped me capture these instances. And so together, all like intersectionality, using intersectionality inductively, like I explained, helped me uncover all of these different factors that were making Syrian women like portraying very different images of Syrian women. So it's countering this homogeneous narrative that there is no, like, it doesn't make sense to talk about Syrian women and to say like a definitive statement that represents all 12 million. They are very different. They are very diverse as a group, and they're not always in positions of, you know, victimhood and powerlessness. And they find ways to be civically active in both settings, despite tremendous barriers, structural barriers placed on them by these two host countries. And then like the concept of multiple critique helps you identify instances of them actually resisting, using certain parts of their identity to counter the discrimination, and, you know, be more active in the civic space. And lastly, so do you end up with different stories, or do you end up with surprises when you use these concepts or methods this way? And in my case, it was a very clear increase in civic participation for the group of women that I spoke to compared to 2011. And by increase, I mean they were either not participating and then they participated for the first time after the war, or they were participating but then they assumed higher responsibilities organizationally in the CSOs, or even started their own organizations. They were more aware of CSOs and you know what they do, what these organizations can do, compared to a more limited understanding before the war that thought these organizations were mostly involved in charity works. And gender, instead of being a category that prohibited or made it harder for women to be part of the sector, in fact increased their chances of being in the sector. It was easier for women to join civil society organizations compared to Syrian men. So again, like this completely different way of looking at this category. And there were many accounts of empowering experiences, of resistance, of, you know, them wanting to remain active even after the war, a different, kind of stories of taking, ownership of their lives, of not accepting the difficulties and the barriers that were before them. And I think that if I hadn't used these methods, it would not have been possible to capture all of these narratives in that way. And so I'll stop over here, and I guess we can discuss more through the questions if you have any specific questions about the methods. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deema, and thank you for sticking to the time as well. And the floor is now open for questions, comments, interventions.
Thank you so much for such a rich and thought-provoking presentations and the panel as a whole. I have several questions. One thing that immediately comes to mind is that you all, in seemingly different ways, but you're inviting us also, at least that's how I'm thinking about it. There's an oral archive that you're curating and building, as you said, Deema. And I think an important component is how and with whom is this material being shared, and your own positionality. So these archives are not just coming together haphazardly. It's a very intentional and thoughtful way of gathering documentation, different kinds of archive stories, embodied performances that ultimately I would say are shaped by whom they're shared with. And so your question, Deema, about people asking why these two feminists, and so it's a way to invite us to reflect that this is actually very intentional, and the intentionality is part and parcel of how these archives emerge. And Caitlin, I appreciated how you mentioned that you refer to it as an accidental archive. I would gently push against that and say it's actually very intentional and very thoughtful in how this information is shared with you, and so you're all being entrusted with this information that is very important. I think that helps us think about the archivist, the scholar as a participant in developing this information. Sorry, this is not really a question, but I invite you to help me think about this also, about the role of the archivist and in that building of the archive.
Thank you. So we can take other questions if there are other questions. Kaukab, tfaddali.
Thank you very much for a very thought-engaging testimony. I have two questions. I think they could be for both Sophie and Caitlin. I found your papers really thought-provoking, because I think they raise some really important questions about how to leverage oral histories or testimonies or archives towards expanding the realm of human rights accountability and opening up venues for oral historians as well as archivists to do some activist work along human rights legal frameworks. First, on the level of what counts as valid testimony. I mean, human rights lawyers are very well experienced in taking in testimonies, but as you said, you raised some really important points about the voyeurism and the objectification of the perfect victim, and leaves out of that framework the texture of life and the continuing nakbas and losses that continue. So I would be curious to hear your thoughts about any opportunities or any venues you may see for archivists and oral historians to engage with that legal framework, specifically around human rights. And then the other question, and I don't have an answer, so I'm asking it earnestly. Maybe you have some insights into this. I mean, we archivists and oral historians grapple with ethics, right? We want to put down a framework, and we say these are best practices. The ICA, the International Council on Archives, the Human Rights chapter has like some best practices: do no harm, seek consent, etc. And the same with the oral historians, you know, Oral History Association best practices. But it seems like in some cases, especially in cases of genocide, things are so extreme that best practices sometimes don't make sense, or at least, you know, we are pushed to think that they don't make sense. So I'm curious about whether the archive was shared with you, Caitlin, with a permission to share it, or what was the intent behind it? And then in general, again, like maybe both Caitlin and Sophie, like where do you see consent? You know, we talk about consent being something continuous, that things can change on the ground, things can be subpoenaed, you put them online, you get consent, but then something happens, and you know, you don't want to add to the harm caused to the victim. So what are your thoughts around these very complicated issues? Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other contributions, events? Alia?
I also really want to thank all of you. I think it's such a great panel, so reflective and, you know, honest, and a lot of important questions. And thank you especially, Dima. I know how difficult it is to be present online. But every word you said was really heard and very, very important. I wish more of us were it spoke to a lot of panels also over the last day and a half. Sophia, I'd like to engage with your work. I work with songs too, and I have these questions also all the time. I think it is really important, and it is really a question of how to turn sort of song and music with all its fluidity and into text. And I mean, I don't have any answers, but I'm just thinking out loud with you. So there's the sort of problematic idea of collecting songs, and you know, like Robert Lahman's work, especially in this region, in the Negev region. And do you know Jumana Mannah's film about it? A magical substance flows into me. So she works. Robert Lahman did this. He worked for the Palestine Broadcasting Company in the 30s, and he had this idea of, you know, bringing in performers from different regions in Palestine or from different places in the world, like Moroccan Jews, Kurdish Jews, Yemeni Jews who were coming, and documenting their musical practices, and then broadcasting it to show like the diversity. And this is all online now on the Hebrew University's website. And what Jumana Mannah did is she took these recordings and she went back to people. And the film is great for two reasons, and it really shows the essence of what these recordings or what music and songs are as sources. First of all, that people react to it in different ways. Some people listen, they go, oh my God, this is my father. Some people listen and go, I still remember this song, we still sing it. Some people listen and go, these are not Bedouins, these are peasants. He just didn't know the difference, etc. There's this idea that the song sort of, it's a very emotive also medium, and every ear that it falls upon sort of reacts to it in a different way, because that's what music is. It's not logic, it's not rationality. And the other thing is that she does that I think is also very important for us as academics to do, is that she is very present in the film. She's present in all of these places as a medium, and I think she sets herself apart from Robert Lahman in that sense. And she's also present, she brings in her own family story. And I think that's, again, because, like you say, the songs completely differ depending on who's there, who's singing, the mood, you know, the event. Even if it's the same song that's always sung, something always changes depending on the context. So I think more than ever, this question of positionality, of just narrating our you know, reflecting on who we are in relation to the people that are there, and how this affects what comes out, something, and then also because it's different because we're there. And then what I try to do lately is I always make sure that the song is in the publication. So I'm describing something that everyone else will listen to as well. And finally, like I take my cue from people like Jumana Manna, but then also Nancy Munir, whose music I brought in yesterday, and she did this research about the singers. Rather than just re-singing their songs as a cover, she really spent years researching them. She went to places they went to, etc. And then she played with their records. And now there's also this Tunisian musician, artist, sound artist, Khalil Hintati. He works with songs from different parts of Tunis. And I think of his work also because it's also this anti-collection. It's the opposite of collecting. I mean, he plays it and then he plays with it. But when you're there, it's like you're actually listening to the person. But I think the question is also how to make sure they're there. And thank you also for letting us listen to them.
Dima, would you like to comment first?
I will say that just very briefly that positionality plays a very big role in my opinion in the story that is told in the end. It affects who you ask, what you ask, and what you choose to focus on. And I wish that more researchers and historians would practice more like really trying to figure out being critical with yourself. And to what extent can I, with my experience of the world, really understand what's happening here? Because we are privileged in many ways, and that makes it difficult to understand. And it doesn't mean that just, because I'm Syrian that I can automatically understand the experiences of every single Syrian woman that I meet. That is, complete nonsense. And often, like, I would be interviewing Syrian women that are in a managerial role in organizations, and they would talk about the problems of the Syrian women that were their beneficiaries, and sometimes in very condescending ways or very oversimplistic ways. So positionality is key, and we do have a huge responsibility because in the end we are academics and our word is somehow credible. The second you publish a book or a paper about a group of women, you become a reference, and there is a huge responsibility with that. So it's not just about getting them to fill a consent form, and if they consent, then I can use this data. What am I actually saying? And so it was for me a long journey where I learned a lot about myself, and I was very critical with myself. Was also very emotional, very difficult, and full of difficult feelings to process, like shame because of loss, being in a certain position before the conflict and then after, and it's hard. It's hard, but like I did it in the end. I wanted to continue because I felt that I have this responsibility to show this other side that was not being shown and highlighted in the literature that was being published at the time, that was being used to support this group of people. Like it was like literature was coming out live. These how do we deal with this huge group of refugees in these two countries? What do they need, etc., etc. So it was mainly out of a sense of responsibility. And but the questions were there is no perfect methodology and no perfect research, but we try in the end. And I think that it's important that at least we try and we're honest in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima, very much. So maybe we can return now to the same order. If you want to go first, Sophie.
Well, thank you, Alia, for these very enriching comments. I hopefully will get the chance to talk a little more. there were many points raised. I'm trying to organize my thoughts. Maybe I just start with some keywords that stuck with me. Carol spoke about intentionality. I have to admit that my archive was not according to the intentions that I had when I set out for this project at all. I had planned to do an oral history. I took my training course in Columbia in oral history. I went into the field, and it was not possible to do an oral history project. It was simply not possible to follow the technicalities of recording, of the most important issue, actually consent to disseminate, to publish the direct recordings. Everybody gave me their consent, of course, to record and to use the material, but only very, very few women gave consent to publicly share. And actually, I have decided after when the project, kind of the field work, the main part of the field work concluded, that I will not be doing what Maria actually defined before as a core to oral history, to disseminate the actual material, which I think, yes, it's a shame, and I would love to call myself an oral historian, but I think I am not, because that was simply not possible in this moment of that the community finds itself in. I also think that I also don't consider myself an archivist in that sense. I would love to, and I did, I hope, somehow contribute to in the community to foster an interest in the stories of the grandmas. I mean, there were, and in building a community archive, but I think this is very important that it is under the ownership and direction of the community themselves. I feel I have at most a kind of supplementary role to play. But it did happen a lot that I was I mean, we did, for example, together with local scholars and oral historians from the NACAP, run oral history workshops with students from the region, and they did go out and interview their grandmas, but it's not the moment to put out an archive. There are too many internal issues of different tribes, different histories. There's accusations of collaborations in different periods of history, etc. So this is an issue that I think must be very carefully be solved and dealt with in the community itself. So that was the issue of intentionality and consent. Yeah, positionality, of course, in all of this plays a huge role. I came there as a white Western woman who spoke Arabic with a dialect from the West Bank. There's a dialect spoken that's very different, the Bedouin dialect. So it took a long time, although I was, of course, introduced and lived with a local family, and I stayed for a long time. It took time to gain trust of people. And I think in certain ways, this outsider, I don't really like this insider-outsider, but okay. This kind of outsider role allowed me, for example, to interview women from many different tribes, which might be more difficult for women from within the community. I mean, if you're from the Tarabin tribe, you will not interview someone from the Tiyaha, because they're conflicting stories. You're not going to their weddings either, so why would you go and interview the grandma? Whereas for me, that was easier. I could kind of go to different, but of course, I always, I always, in the end, was there as a white woman with a German passport. And I acknowledge that I'm sure that influenced in important ways. There was also, Kaukab, your important question of how to leverage this material for the legal framework and human rights. I want to kind of cite or take Caitlin's argument, amplify it, that it's so important to show the everyday forms of violence and the subtle, hidden forms of violence that people have to live with and somehow get through. When this short clip that you saw from Khaled playing the rababa is part of an ethnographic film that tries to document some of the everyday life in the Nakab. And when I showed it to, like in different contexts, there was often the question from the audience, but you do not show the violence of the tanks, and you do not show the house demolitions. Where is Al-Araqib, the most known Bedouin unrecognized villages that has been destroyed 300 times and rebuilt? Why do you show the grandmas singing, or why do you show the wedding dance? What does this, like, you eclipse. There was sometimes a little bit this accusation of eclipsing the violent Israeli present. But I think the violence is precisely in the everyday. And the resistance is also precisely in the everyday. It's precisely in the grandma continuing to sing the songs that refers to Wadi Hnain and Barqa. And it's in these testimonies and this archiving that we need to find a way to somehow alert the international legal framework to also recognize that, and not only look at recognizable or established categories and physical, visible forms of violence.
Yeah, maybe it's not necessary to call it an accidental archive. I mean, I've struggled with the language of archive, honestly, so I've been calling it a database for most of the last 2 years, because to me, this whole project, and Kakab, also to your question, I mean, it all started because I was receiving all of this information. I wasn't asking for, I mean, I was texting my friends and saying, how are you, what's happening? And they were sending these very detailed replies, and at the same time I had colleagues in organizations who were saying, oh, we don't know what's happening, and we don't know who's going here, and we don't know if there's a shelter open here or not. And I sort of was receiving some of this information very organically. So it was exactly with consent that so I said to my friends, can I anonymize what you're saying and share it? And then, potentially share your contact if someone wants to follow up, or, and this was kind of the basis of how the whole thing evolved. So I called it a database for a long time because it was, it's every day receiving information, sort of anonymizing it. I stored it by gender and by location broad location of where it was received. And I've got my own, key of who's who. But otherwise it's fully anonymized, and the whole database has never been shared with an organization, but rather organizations have come to me and said, have you got anything on the bombing that happened on the 20th of January in this place? And then I can go and say, yeah, I can connect you with this person, or here's some information. So that's kind of how it worked. And I guess, it wasn't planned. I didn't get ethics approval for this project, for example. This has been done within the framework of my Marie Curie project, but my Marie Curie project is actually about something completely different. So it was very much a kind of gut reaction to the situation and wanting to do something to contribute. But that said, and again, to your question about ethics, I mean, I don't think genocide or any other form of extreme violence does negate ethical responsibility at all. I think it only heightens it, really. And I'd say the one area that's been tricky and where I've had kind of criticism on this project has been using platforms like Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp to speak to people, because there are obviously concerns about data protection. But try talking to someone living under a genocide about data protection when their house has been bombed and many people in their family have been, I mean, it's just so irrelevant, So there's also this kind of way that we can think about ethics in our institutions and in all the safety that we have that just kind of doesn't apply. But in terms of kind of responsibility as a researcher, absolutely, every standard that we have, I think, must be adhered to, and consent has been key among that. So I've very regularly revisited consent with the people that participate in this, with the exception of 2 who've been killed, but I speak to their family members now. And for now, the sort of agreement is, I'm not really doing anything with this archive as it is. It's, I mean, as and when this situation ends or stabilizes for real, because it certainly isn't stable now, then will be the time to have conversations around what next and what do you want to do with it, because this is your information, it's not my information. There are ideas. One of the participants in this project is a multimedia artist, and he had this idea around, doing visualizations of some of the information that's been gathered, but to be seen. It's when people are living in tents and starving, it doesn't feel like the right time to talk about where this is all going. Positionality, 100%, front and center of all of this. These are, I've been a British woman working in Gaza, working in Palestine for a long time. Being British obviously carries huge connotations in this context, but the people that are participating in this project, they're people that I've known for about 8 to 10 years now and been working with for a long time. And again, these weren't interviews, they weren't questions, they were our sort of friendly conversations and as they evolved. And actually very often people would say to me that they really couldn't have these conversations with people around them because you can't, everybody's living the same thing, everybody's living the same horror, and it's not really appropriate, or at least it's very difficult to talk to people who are sort of living the same violence around you. So sometimes being able to let it out in a message to me was something that they said they found helpful. But of course, also a lot of these messages are in Arabic, but some of these friends, our relationships have always been in English, so the content came straight in English because that's the language we chat in. So, all of this, of course, has an influence on the kind of information gathered. And then finally, just on activism, as Sophie said, I think we can do precisely the opposite of what kind of mainstream or high-level human rights frameworks are doing themselves, and there'll be no shortage of that kind of documentation for sure. It's already started, and it's very important. I don't mean to detract from that at all. I think one thing we can do, and that could be done in other archives, is to maybe look for patterns of other kinds of violence and trying to draw out patterns of different kinds of harm that don't fall into the kind of mainstream brackets of human rights violations that readily get documented. And if you're able to say convincingly from a body of interviews, aspects of gender-based violence or otherwise that have recurred or kind of been experienced in a very specific way in relation to a specific context, I think that can be helpful. But by and large, I think our role is really to do the opposite and to kind of add the nuance and point to where these kind of totalizing or universal metrics just don't really add up to the reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Dima, تفضلي.
Yeah, thank you, Carol, for that observation. I think it's a really good observation. I don't have a lot to add. It's just that, yes, it is that interplay between being intentional. It's intentionality and responsibility. We're part of a feminist movement. We want to document the history of the movement and put it out there and make it accessible. But there's well, not accidental, but maybe an openness, and maybe also that's part of, I don't know if it would be part of the ethics, but it's part of the way we practice. So the same way that we wouldn't impose on storytellers, or leave agency for the storytellers to tell their lives, with researchers, there's also an openness into what do you want to document, what are the stories. And so the accidental part in that way, or the openness, is that we didn't know particularly which people and which lives we were going to document. We just knew there was a particular approach to feminism that was always going to be there, an intentionality to have, to look at class, sexuality, things like that too. But otherwise, there's also that flexibility. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much to all of the panelists, and thank you very much to all of you for remaining with us. And Thank you to the organizers again for a wonderful workshop. So I think the next event today is at 5, and that's taking place at the National Library. Okay, تفضل.
Thank you all very much. I really don't want to add to all the thanks. We mentioned all the major players who put this event together in the opening session. But my thanks to all of you participants, all of you researchers. I think we've learned a lot. We've been moved a lot, for sure. And as I mentioned in the opening session, the project may be over technically, but I think the work is ongoing. There's a lot to build on, as we have heard over this past day and a half. And I just hope that we have not created a group, but that we are on the way of creating a network or a group that can continue to meet and continue to have these discussions. Things are not over yet, so at 5 o'clock, we will launch 2 books that came out of this project. So one book is a collection of essays authored by members of a workshop and a working group that we established under this project called Gendering the Archive. So it's a collection of 12 essays. And the other is actually edited versions of the oral histories, the interviews that were collected in the part of the project that focused on women of the 70s generation. So both of these books will be presented at 5 o'clock. Free copies of the books will be distributed to whoever comes, so you can pick up free copies. The event is in Arabic, but there will be translation into English. And we expect an audience, we hope all of you come, but we also have the ACSS network and we have the network of the National Library. So we hope to have quite a good audience. And also the location of the National Library, for those who have not been there, it's a beautiful building, recently refurbished, well worth visiting, I think, and we're very happy to be doing the event there. It is within walking distance. You could take a taxi, but traffic is really bad at this time of the day and in this area. It's a bit of a walk, maybe 15, 20 minutes, but doable. So 5 o'clock, the speakers will be Elizabeth Susann Kassem, who's the chair of our board of trustees at ACSS, and Huda Sadda, who of course oversaw this work. And several of you are contributors to these volumes, and others I think who have contributed to this work will be there. So I hope to see you there in an hour, in just over an hour. But I turn it to Kaukab, who's been the other sort of engine of this.
I'm just filling in for Nadia, but Nadia is here. She will say a few words, I hope. I just wanted to say sincere thanks to all of you. I've learned so much from everyone in the past 2 days, and I feel really rejuvenated, having spent some time in community and gratitude, real gratitude for the excellent work that is being done. I feel a bit sad saying goodbye, and I hope it's not a real goodbye. There have been some ideas about starting a network, how can we manage it, and of course, we all get very excited at the end. We have a hard time saying bye, and then we take on too much. There have been some ideas, I just want to share them, and then maybe we can leave them there to percolate and grow organically if they are meant to succeed. One is about creating a listserv for this group about oral history and archiving in the region, from the region, so we don't have to continuously translate and explain ourselves. So if you're interested, we would need someone to oversee that listserv. I don't think AUB is in any position to find a home at the moment for managing that listserv. It's not much, but it is something, it's an added work, and I don't want to volunteer anyone. So there may be a follow-up through emails. If you are interested, you can express this. The other thing that I wanted also to share, and I did not discuss it with my colleagues, so I'm just like brainstorming here. I think it would be fantastic if you felt moved to share with us how this conference added to your work. I think this will help us build some impact and demonstrate the impact. It doesn't have to be, you know, some I don't know, dissertation or anything that is real and sincere, you know, could really help us build that impact report and demonstrate value. And I thank you again. Nadia, please. It's been fantastic. I mean, you're all doing amazing, inspiring work. Thank you.
Now it's actually time to thank you. I thank the people who had helped organize the conference, and now it's really the time to thank you, the participants. Thank you for taking the time, for traveling. It's some of you come actually from Australia and the USA, and it's long trips really. So a very engaging conference. I learned a lot from it, and I wish you a great trip back. I do want to say that we can all walk together if you want. We can walk slowly together I think it would take us maybe 20-25 minutes to go to the National Library. We can hang out, to look a little bit at it, and wait for the conference to begin. So I'm walking there. If anybody wants to walk, can come along. It's in the direction of the hotel, by the way. Just go further, you know, beyond the hotel. So thank you again, and it was really great getting to know you. Take care.